And there it is right there. 24 hours is a long time in politics. No, just 3-4 hours is a long time in politics. Even 3-4 minutes is a long time in politics. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to mow. We're doing it again. Yes, we are. Of course, we are doing it again. You know we're doing it again, and you know when we do it. So we're doing it exactly right now. So if you're available, partake of what is going on here. The session has commenced and your company is required. That thing that happens around about this time happening exactly at this time. So gather, let's happen together. One man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do. Please another Savior. Holy, 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 all the men will do. Please another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. And he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwana mnoa. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Namdekano, it's another Savior. Gonna sing along, holy, 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 Namdekano, it's another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 it's another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving fast now. Holy, 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 it's another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right and moving fast. Yeah, for freedom. It's another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Namdekano, it's another Savior.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do. Peace another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do. Peace another Savior. Holy, 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 all the men will do. Peace another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. And he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your ọma dịka ya bika ka ọkwa na m n'ụwa. Ana m ekele Maazị Uche Mefo.
And there it is right there, the dulcet tones of the farmyard singers from the eastern part of Nigeria. Holy, holy, they sing. Holy, holy. So holy, holy, as guys, I bring you this. Ex-PDP presidential aspirant Peter Obi joins Labour Party. So somewhat predicted by a lot of people, led of course by X0, that this was likely the scenario that will play out for Peter Obi. So how hard the mighty falling is really what you have to conclude. So somebody that straddled the topmost of the most important places in Nigerian politics is now in some satellite backwater, just a dusty party where he would now be that big fish in a little pond. So from not a little fish in a big pond, but a medium-sized fish in a big pond. So he has now gone to become a big fish in a little pond. Big fish in a little pond. Ex-PDP presidential aspirant Peter Obi joins Labour Party. So there it is right there, and that is how it has played out for this chop. So that's how it has played out for this chop. But now, what is even in play is the question. The Nigerian, this has to be yet the worst run election that we have ever had, even going to surpass 2019 in just the cock-handedness and the amateurish way that matters are being handled, right from party to the umpire. Breaking 2023 elections, electoral body INEC extends deadline for party primaries by 6 days. So this comes as no surprise, of course. This is an instruction from Malam Buhari to Mahmoud Yakubu to extend it because he has not yet perfected his plan as to what he wants to play out against the Yorubas within the APC. The INEC assured us that that date is set in stone. So whether the parties are prepared or not, that's their tough luck because they've set a deadline and they've had the entirety of a good 6-8 months to calibrate towards that deadline. But when the APC are not screening their presidential candidates, and in the time that their primaries should hold, Buhari junkets off to Equatorial Guinea to go and attend some obscure seminar. That tells you already that there was something in the works. So he knew something that nobody knew, and this that he knows now, public knowledge. The instruction, of course, that he gave to Mahmoud Yakubu, he dutifully carries it out. 2023 elections, electoral body INEC extends deadline for party primaries by 6 days. So quite how they justify that, we'll find out. They will tell us blah, 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 and Google, but blah, 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 Google, an instruction from Daddy. So Daddy continues to instruct. Buhari directs Adamu to prune APC presidential aspirants down to 10 to name successor afterwards. So that's it now. So a field of 28. So Adamu now directed to cut it down to 10. So who makes that list of 10? And what happens to the people who don't make that list? And what happens to the 100 million naira? All of that in play. Buhari directs Adamu to prune APC presidential aspirants to 10 to name successor afterwards. So enough already. Just finish it one way or the other because it's getting somewhat rather tedious. Maybe he just wants to wear us down with attrition, but more likely just the low wit of the guy who has an intention but does not have the cranial functioning to carry it out. Nnamdi Kanu's family writes to Simon Ekpa, once Finland-based disciple, to desist from using IPOB leader's name for material gains and broadcast. So once upon a time, self-styled Simon Nnamdi Kanu disciple, but how can you follow somebody who does not want you behind him? Get away from my back, be gone with you, depart, O Satan, and all that. Nnamdi Kanu's family writes Simon Ekpa, once Finland-based disciple, to desist from using IPOB leader's name for material gains and broadcast. So quite what comes off the back of that, we find out shortly. This we find, I might abandon a lot of headlines because a few headlines have come in. The first three headlines I've just read you now, they've come in as, well, three of the four headlines I've read to you. They've come in after I had put out the thumbnail for this session. So there's just too many headlines on my screen, so I might abandon quite a few of them. Supreme Court dismisses AMAECHI's appeal to stop 96 billion naira fraud probe by WIKE. So, of course, it's widely known that Rotimi Amechi looted the treasury of Rivers State to cascade it into Buhari's campaign, which was then what funded that propulsion of Buhari to the Aso Rock seat in 2015. I want my money back, says the tough-talking little man from Rivers State. Supreme Court dismisses Amechi's appeal to stop 96 billion naira fraud probe by WIKE. So quite what plays out there and why this has taken this long, all of that we'll find out shortly. So this now next headline, a moment in time. This is a historic moment for the Nigerian evolution. Senator Aishatu beat Ribadu, ex-governor, to win APC Adamawa GUBER ticket. So this is the first time, to my recollection, and I think I can fairly say that with some confidence, that this is the first time that a female is carrying a real senior-most ticket within the Nigerian space, a gubernatorial ticket, which is just a step from a presidential ticket. Because where do you go from a state house rather other than to Aso Rock villa? So now she now puts it to the test then, the female underrepresentation that we've always clamored about, that we want more female representation. She hearkens to that call. Senator Aishatu beat Ribadu, ex-governor, to win APC Adamawa GUBER ticket. So quite what played out there, we find out shortly. Let me see which other headlines I should bring you. Okay, this one was advertised, so I must bring you this. 2023 presidency, Peter Obi unstable, we have withdrawn our support group. So it looks as though Nigerians now are just beating a hasty retreat from that WIKE narrative, from that rather Peter Obi narrative. So he's been abandoned right, left, and center as he desperately searches for where to park his ambition, and he's landed it now at our Labour Party of all places. He courted heavily, of course. He courted heavily, of course, the NMPP, but Kwakwanso, we did say in an earlier session that hell will freeze over before Kwakwanso cedes his seat to some guy from Anambra State. So get lost. You can be my bag carrier, essentially what Kwakwanso said to him. And that did not satiate his ambition, which has now gone to park in a Labour Party of all places. Enough of the nonsense, says Nigerians. Peter Obi unstable, we have withdrawn our support group. So who that group is and who they represent, we find out shortly. Supreme Court orders the Kuku Peter side to pay 6 billion naira damages for accusing Odili of bribing judges. So this is a peculiar, just a satellite storyline that just comes from the ethers. So quite what is in play there, we find that out shortly. So all of that in play. Super chat from Alexander, who insists that it is the landers. It is the lander that has landed, not the eagle. So he wants me to pivot that catchphrase to the lander has landed. So just for today and for the benefit of Alexander Super Chat, one man went to mow, the lander has landed. The lander has landed. The usual accoutrements, as you are coming in, please click on the like button. You yourself will be seeing the impact. We're just growing exponentially just off the back of your thumbs up. So the most important thing that you can do to support the platform is to click on the like button. That's just the most important thing. Two most important things that you can, if you spend your time here regularly, there's no reason why you should not be subscribed. Even if you're offended by the narrative, it engages you in some form that you spend hours on end here, and there's an effort being put in to engage you in this manner. So to acknowledge that effort is at no financial cost. I do not see why it's such a chore for anybody to click on the subscribe button. So please do that immediately and right now. Click on the like button as well, because that propels the YouTube algorithm and we are seeing the results. So click on the like button and the subscribe button as a matter of must. You must click on those buttons. So the next button then, which is the invitation to come and join me on screen, is this hyperlink that I'm posting in the comment section now. So you can click on that hyperlink at your discretion. That is not compulsory. If you feel like coming on the screen to have a conversation with me around the talking points after I've read them out, click on that link that says StreamYard. Then that brings you into a studio space. And as soon as I've finished reading out the talking points, then I'll let you onto the screen and have a conversation with you around the talking points. It's an open microphone session, and the open microphone is the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So as you set about clicking on the like and subscribe and making the decision if you want to come on the screen or not, let me provide you with a little bit of liquid nourishment. Your calabash to the ready as we join WIKE'S, guys.
Only water, where is Sima? Water,
only water, where is Sima?
Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chief Wailati kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. May death have nothing to do with us. Potent, powerful prayer by the, potent, powerful prayer by the K guys. So potent, powerful prayer by the K guys. As guys, I bring you this. Ex-PDP presidential aspirant Peter Obi joins Labour Party. Former governor of Anambra State and erstwhile presidential aspirant on the platform. Former governor of Anambra State and erstwhile presidential aspirant on the platform of the People's Democratic Party PDP, Peter Obi, has formally joined the Labour Party to contest the 2023 presidential election. Correspondents gathered that Obi registered as a member of the party on Friday, in his word, in Anambra State. He is expected to contest the party's presidential primary election next Tuesday. Correspondents had on Wednesday reported that Obi was planning to dump the PDP for Labour Party. He is leaving for the Labour Party, a source had told correspondents. The results of various primaries of the party conducted so far have shown who most of these delegates are loyal to, the source has said. So he, Obi, is under pressure to leave the PDP for the money bags. We are currently looking to find another party to accept him. Obi had resigned his membership of the PDP today, 2 days before its presidential primaries. He said his resignation was because of the recent developments in the opposition party. In a letter dated May the 24th, 2022, and addressed to the national chairman of the PDP, Iyochia Ayu, Obi said he had already informed the chairman of the PDP chapter in his Agulu Ward 2 in Anambra State. I am writing to intimate you of my resignation from the PDP, which was conveyed to the chairman of Agulu Ward 2, Aniocha local government area, effective Friday, May the 20th, 2022. Consequently, I am writing this letter informing you of my withdrawal from the PDP presidential primary. It has been a great honor to contribute to nation-building efforts through our party. Unfortunately, recent developments within our party make it practically impossible to continue participating and making such constructive contribution, Obi said in the letter. So there it is right there, Labour Party. This is where he has sparked his ambition. So when will that ambition be fulfilled though? The primary is still in confusion. Breaking 2023 election, electoral body INEC extends deadline for party primaries by 6 days. The Independent National Electoral Commission INEC has shifted the deadline for political parties to conduct their primaries for the 2023 general elections by 6 days. It was announced by INEC's National Commissioner and Chairman of Information and Voter Education Committee, Festus Okoye, on Friday in Abuja, few hours after stakeholders from various political parties met with the leadership of the electoral umpire, led by INEC Chairman Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, at the Commission's headquarters in the nation's capital. The politicians, through the platform of the Inter-Party Advisory Council, had again appealed to INEC to adjust the timetable for the forthcoming polls. The chairman of IPAC, Sani Yabagi, the chairman of IPAC, Sani Yabagi, of the Action Democratic Party, explained that adjusting the timetable of the election became necessary because of the current timetable, which he said was too tight for political parties. In response to the appeal, INEC explained that the demand for a 37 to 60-day extension of the deadline for primaries and the nomination of candidates could not be granted because it would affect other scheduled activities on the timetable. The statement reads in part, the Commission has decided to allow the request of political parties. The Commission has decided to allow the request of the political parties since the 6-day period does not conflict with the next scheduled activity, which is the submission of the list of nominated candidates and any of the subsequent timelines which remain sacrosanct. Well, you tell us the timelines remain sacrosanct, but this timeline that you've shifted also was sacrosanct according to you once upon a time. The statement reads in part, the Commission has decided to allow the request of the political parties since the 6-day period does not conflict with the next scheduled activity, which is the submission of the list of nominated candidates or any of the subsequent timelines which remain sacrosanct. However, this request is granted in respect of outstanding primaries only without prejudice to those already concluded by political parties. The Commission will not monitor already concluded primaries. So there it is right there. What that quite means, I don't know. So let's just look at the dates. So they are meant to submit their names by the 3rd of June. and they are telling us that that date has not changed. So quite what extension has been granted, I'm not quite clear. So if anybody is any clearer on what is going on, you may want to explain. But Buhari places his hand again. Let's just reread that statement. The statement reads in part: the commission has decided to allow the request of the political parties, since the 6-day period does not conflict with the next scheduled activity, which is the submission of the list of nominated candidates, or any of the subsequent timelines, which remain sacrosanct. So we might have to check INEC timeline. Let me just check that quickly. INEC timeline for 2023 Nigerian election. So let's see if we're able to dig that up. So we dig that up just to see if they've actually set a bar. What's the timeline? Pardon me. All right. I'll post this link in the comment section if anybody can dig this up whilst I continue with the reading. So let me post this link in the comment section if anybody wants to have a go at digging up just exactly what change there's been in the process. So from that we go on to this. Buhari directs Adamu to prune APC presidential aspirants to 10 to name successor afterwards. President Mohamed Buhari has directed the national chairman of the All Progressive Congress APC, Abdullahi Adamu, to work with governors of the party and shortlist 10 presidential aspirants, from which he will pick one as his preferred successor. Correspondents report exclusively that the president issued the directive to Adamu on Thursday before he departed for Malabo to attend African Union Extraordinary Summit. A source with knowledge of the development said Friday, asking not to be identified. The source further said that President Buhari gave Adamu approval to begin the screening of the aspirants, although it is uncertain whether the process has commenced as of Friday night, even as the party's timeline for its primary slated for Sunday and Monday may be adjusted, following INEC's readiness to approve a 7-day extension to political parties to conclude their primaries. It now appears the president is now ready to formally make his preferred successor known to the governors and party leaders, and this should happen after they have selected 10 aspirants for him to choose from. So he's allowing the leaders to narrow the aspirants to 10 from about 23 aspirants that bought the nomination forms, and then he will pick his successor from that group of aspirants. This way, no one will say he's imposing a candidate on the party. So it is a win-win for everyone, the authoritative source said. Some of the contenders in the APC are Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, former Governor of Lagos State Bola Tinubu, ex-Minister of Transportation Rotimi Amechi, former Minister of Niger Delta Godswill Akpabio. Others are Cross River State Ben Ayade, Dave Umahi, Kayode Fayemi, Emeka Nwajuabi, and Senator Ken Namani. Yahaya Bello, Mohammed Badaru, Sani Ahmed Yerima, Igbonaya Onu, Rocha Sokorocha. Is Rocha Sokorocha still on the list is the question. Rocha Sokorocha and Ibikunle Amosun. The party has said it will screen all aspirants that obtained its nomination forms. Its National Organization Secretary Suleiman Gungu, who made this known, said, as far as the party is concerned, all the 28 aspirants that paid and picked up the forms for the nomination as presidential aspirants, nobody has formally written us that he has withdrawn his aspiration. all the forms of the 28 will be taken to the screening committee at Transcorp Hilton Hotel. So there it is right there. So but quite when that screening will take place, we don't know, as INEC throws a spanner in the works. So this is what goes on in Nigeria. They've not even perfected their rigging. This is just symptomatic. This little cameo is just it exemplifies the administration that we've just been through. Even the simple act of rigging an election is somewhat convoluted and tedious for them. Nnamdi Kanu's family writes to Simon Ekpa, once Finland-based disciple, to desist from using IPOB leader's name for material gains and broadcast. The family of Nnamdi Kanu, leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, has formally written to Simon Ekpa, a self-proclaimed disciple, to stop using the name of the agitator for material gains. In a letter addressed to Ekpa by Magnus Johnson, the family said the Finland-based Nigerian should not mention Kanu's name nor use the agitator's image in any office broadcast. The letter dated May the 17th warned Ekpa to stop describing himself as a disciple of Kanu and should stop disguising as a member of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB. It also warned Ekpa to stop defamatory publications against members of the Kanu family and ensure such does not occur in any office broadcast. The Kanu family warned that Ekpa's failure to comply with the demands will attract costly legal actions, including petitions and criminal complaints against him to the Finnish authorities. The family also threatened to institute injunctive claims against Ekpa for civil injuries. The letter reads, the Kanu family, both in Nigeria and in diaspora, has retained undersigned to formally demand from you as follows, that you should forthwith cease and desist from using the name and image of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, either in your broadcast or otherwise, for any material gain whatsoever, including fundraising. You should forthwith cease and desist from addressing yourself as a disciple of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, either in the guise of you being a member of IPOB, which we are informed you are not, or in any other manner relating to the Biafran agitation, that you should forthwith cease and desist from any further defamatory publications against any member of the Kanu family, whether such publications are personally uttered by you or by others that you invite to your social media networks, that you are hereby given 14 days from the confirmed receipt of this legal mail within which to comply with the demands in this letter. At your failure or refusal to comply with the demands herein will result in costly legal actions against you, including but not limited to the following: A, direct criminal complaint against you to Finnish authorities and or to any European country in which you are encountered. 2, tortures and injunctive claims against you for the civil injuries enumerated above. C, petitions against you to the Finnish authorities that regulate legal practice such as you are currently applying in Finland. Finally, you are hereby warned that this legal mail constitutes a pre-action notice, that no further formal warning will be forthcoming to you before our commencement of the foregoing legal actions against you. Thank you for your anticipated cooperation in regards to the content of this legal mail. So there it is right there. The battle has commenced. We've always predicted that it will come to a point where Simon Ekpa will become so big that he will collide with the Nnamdi Kanu space. And just as we said, this is it now. So that collision has now taken place. So the decision Simon Ekpa has to make now is, has he built up enough of a following to break away on its own and form a rival agitation group to rival the Kano space. We did say that this guy was not coming to take part, he was coming to take over, and he has now emboldened and recruited enough of a followership for him now to have a go at taking over. So this cease and desist now, not to use Kano's name, not to refer to himself as Kano's disciple, not to make material gain. So all those social media coins that he's collecting, that stops, or does he? So does he then take this on board? But we don't expect him to take this on board. We expect him to leverage this letter to promote himself even more and act even more aggressively. He's based in Finland, and he will think that what can they do to reach him? So how that space plays out, we'll find out in due course. So from that to this, Supreme Court dismisses AMAECHI's appeal to stop 96 billion naira fraud probe by WIKE. The Supreme Court has dismissed an appeal by Minister of Transportation Rotimi AMAECHI to stop a 96 billion naira fraud probe by the Rivers State government in a lead judgment prepared by Justice Emmanuel Wagi, but read by Justice Adamu Diaro. The Apex Court dismissed AMAECHI's appeal on grounds he cannot claim not. Let's do that again. In a lead judgment prepared by Justice Emmanuel Ugi, but read by Justice Adamu Diaro, the Apex Court dismissed Mr. Kano's appeal on grounds he cannot claim not being given fair hearing, as no one is on trial. The court also ordered Mr. Kano to pay the sum of 1 million naira to Rivers State Governor Yemson Wike as cost. Mr. Kano, represented by Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Lateef Fagbemi, had asked that the Apex Court restrict Mr. Wike from scrutinizing his 8-year term as governor of the state, as it was aimed at witch hunting and embarrassing him. In 2015, Rivers State had constituted a panel of inquiry into the alleged fraud. Governor Wike tasked a 7-man panel headed by Justice George Omerije to investigate the lawful or otherwise sales of valuable assets of the state. The Commission of Inquiry submitted its report to Mr. Wike, noting that persons who would have the Commission of Inquiry submitted its report to Mr. Wike, noting that persons who would have refunded mismanaged funds and others have been identified for immediate prosecution. In light of the Supreme Court ruling, Mr. Wike is expected to appear before the Commission of Inquiry to give an account of how the 96 billion naira was withdrawn from the coffers of the state and how it was spent. The list of valuable assets include Omoku gas turbine, Afam gas turbine, Trans Amadi gas turbine, Eleme gas turbine, Olympia Hotel, and the award of contract for the execution of the monorail project. So this is what is sold to fund Buhari's 2015 presidential thrust. AMAECHI's suit at the High Court of Rivers State and Court of Appeal had earlier been dismissed, prompting him to appeal to the Supreme Court. So, of course, nothing is ever going to come of that because, of course, Buhari is a party to that suit. Senator Aishatu beat Ribadu, ex-governor, to win APC GUBER ticket. Senator Aishatu Binani has emerged as the winner of the All Progressive Congress APC governorship primary poll in Adamawa State. She beat 5 other contenders, all male, to clinch the ticket. The chairman of APC Adamawa State Electoral Committee, Gambo Lawal, announced the result on Friday. According to the presiding officer for the poll, she scored 430 votes to defeat her closest rival and former chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, Nuhu Ribadu, who got 288 votes. Other contestants in the race were the immediate past governor of the state, Jibrila Bindo, a House of Representatives member, etc., etc. The former governor came third with 103 votes. A further breakdown of the results showed that Nandas, and then it goes on to tell us who the losers are. The primary, which took place at the Lamido Cinema in Yola, the Adamawa state capital, blah, 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 blah. Friday's victory makes the senator who represents Adamawa Central in the upper lawmaking body the first female governorship aspirant of a major political party in the state. The feat, so that it doesn't actually say in Nigeria, but in the state. The feat also makes her the second female flag bearer of a major party in Nigeria. The other person to have achieved that feat is the late former Minister of Women Affairs, Aisha Al-Hassan, who became the APC governorship flag bearer in Taraba in 2015. So I think Alexander Gomez actually mentioned this in the comments. She, however, lost to Governor Darius Ishaku. Whilst she challenged Ishaku's victory to the Supreme Court, the former minister lost the case. Senator Binani's win is a major upset and a plus for the women folks in the country. She will be aiming to become the first elected female governor in Nigeria's history. So far, Binani is the first woman to fly the flag of a major political party in the forthcoming election. So blah, 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 and on it goes. But the trust of it. So let me just give you the rest of it. In her speech after the victory, the 50-year-old commended the committee for the successful conduct of the primary and promised to work with those who contested with her. Some of the agents equally lauded the election committee for the peaceful conduct of the exercise. The other contestants also accepted the result and pledged to work together to ensure APC wins the governorship poll in next year's election. So I want APC to win everything they ever participated in, but I want that woman to win that seat, just to record that. Okay, so what else are we going to? Is that the full? Oh yeah, let's go to this one then. So this is back to Peter Obi's space, and let's see if this is the. So okay, so let's go to the Peter Obi space. Actually, let's go to this space first, and we make Peter Obi the last readout. Supreme Court orders the Kuku Peter side to pay 6 billion naira damages for accusing Odili of bribing judges. The Supreme Court on Friday dismissed the suit by former Director General of the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, the Kuku Peter side, seeking to set aside a 6 billion naira damages awarded against him for defaming the character of Dr. Peter Odili, former governor of Rivers State. In a judgment delivered by Justice Adamu Duro, the appeal by Peter side was dismissed for want of merit. The Apex Court upheld the decision of the lower court, which imposed a fine of 6 billion naira against Mr. Peter side to be paid to Mr. Odili as compensation for his defamed character. Mr. Odili, in October 2016, dragged Mr. Peter side to court, demanding 6 billion naira as damages for character defamation. In the suit, the former Rivers State governor had claimed that Mr. Peter side, during a press conference in Port Harcourt, defamed him in his allegation that Governor Yemson Wike's Supreme Court victory was hatched by him. Mr. Peter side, under the platform of the All Progressive Congress, contested against Mr. Wike of the People's Democratic Party PDP in 2016 election in Rivers State. So there it is right there, just to record that skirmish going on in the creeks. So finally, this final readout, and then we come into the room to see who is available. 2023 presidency, Peter Obi on 2023 presidency, Peter Obi unstable. We have withdrawn our support. A political group has said it has withdrawn its support for the 2023 presidential hope. A political group has said it has withdrawn its support for the 2023 presidential hopeful Peter Obi. The group described the former Anambra State governor as an unstable politician, hence, he no longer deserves their support. Correspondents understand that the group was reacting to Obi's withdrawal from the People's Democratic Party (PDP). The presidential aspirant had on Wednesday shocked Nigerians after he announced his withdrawal from the opposition party a few days to the party's presidential primaries. In a statement obtained by correspondents on Friday, a group which identified itself as the Democratic Forum for Justice and Equity said it regrets supporting the candidate. Though Obi is yet to announce his new political move, there are, however, speculations that the presidential hopeful may join the Labour Party to realize his ambition. So that has since happened. It has been said also that talks are ongoing with Obi to have him join the. So that's already in the past. The so that paragraph is to say NMPP, but that's no longer in play. The pro-Obi group, in a statement issued on Friday through its national coordinator, Malam Isha Ajalite, said it regretted support. The pro-Obi group, in a statement issued on Friday through its national coordinator, Malam Isha Ijilite, said it regretted supporting the former governor of Anambra State in the first place and has now withdrawn its support. The group noted that it was on the basis of equity and fairness for the Southeast that it initially declared support for Obi. We have withdrawn our support for Peter Obi, having realized that he's an unstable politician who has taken his desperation to a selfish level. We made bold to say that we regret ever supporting Peter Obi in the first place, and we have since shifted our loyalty to a stable politician, the group said, but doesn't state who that stable politician is. So there it is right there. That's the menu. Ajanle Koko, I see you. Tony, I see you. Baba Akure, I see you. And Soli, I see you. So good to have you all, gentlemen. So let me go first to Ajanle Koko if it's ready. But if you're not ready, let me know. So Ajanle Koko, are you there?
Yeah, woman.
Oh, all right, brilliant. So good to have you, Ajanle Koko. So of course, I mean, we could start anywhere because they are just impactful news, the totality of it. But let's start then by INEC shifting their schedule by 6 days. What are you making of that, Ajanle Koko?
You said they are shifting it by 6 days?
By 6 days.
I mean, that's not bad. I mean, they might have seen some reason why they have to shift it. 6 days is not bad. If they have shifted it like for a month, yes, that will have been suspicious, will have been will have want to know why are they shifting it for a long period of time. For 6 days, it's not bad to me. It's not bad at all, woman. So
should INEC be moving to accommodate the parties, or should they stick by what they have laid down as schedules, and the parties then must fit in with the INEC schedules rather than INEC fitting in with the party's lack of organization?
I wouldn't agree in totality that this 6 days is in compliance to, or rather as a result of pressure from political parties.
No, it was because that's the readout. The parties went to pressure them and they folded.
Oh, well, if they agree, to shift it for 6 days, 6 days is not too bad for me. I mean, but for your question, I don't think they should be 15 date if not necessary. I believe that those 6 days, they have looked at it well, and they feel, well, they don't have to be too rigid. They have to be flexible a little bit, accommodate their reason for shifting the date. 6 days is not too much. It's not too much, because political parties, if all of them are asking for more days, I think INEC as an organization that conduct the election should, listen to them and accommodate whatever problem they are putting before it, in order to have a free and fair election.
All right, Ajanleko, as we were talking, I was actually looking to see how these dates conflict with INEC's schedule, but it doesn't look as though it does conflict with INEC's schedule, because we were under the impression that the parties were meant to submit their names of their nominees on the 3rd of June, but it's actually the 10th of June that they're meant to submit names, but they were meant to have ended primaries by the 3rd of June. So the extension, it doesn't conflict with still INEC's timetable. So I think they had that room to maneuver.
Okay, yeah, that's good. I mean, that's why I was saying that if for this for only 6 days, I don't think it's a big deal. But if for a long period of time, like for a month, that should be that we call for questioning that why do they have to shift it for a long period of time? But 6 days is good. 1 month.
All right, thank you, Ajanleko. So we've been speculating where he will land. Speculate no more. Peter Obi now is registered at his local ward as a member of the Labour Party to fulfill then his ambition to become Nigeria's president in 2023 under the platform, or on the platform rather, of that party. So Peter Obi joins Labour, having not gotten his way with NNPP. So what are you then making of the move by Peter Obi?
Well, finally, he found a party to accommodate him. But politically, will it help him to achieve his political ambition? I will tell you no, because Labour Party is not a party on the ground. I don't think they even have any representative in the assembly. I'm not sure if they have any local government chairman, anyone at all across the federation. So Labour Party is the most disappointing party among all parties in Nigeria. Labour Party should have been the strongest party in the country, considering the number of workers across the country, considering what the name represents. Labour is a party that should represent the interests of Labour. I mean, the interests of workers, rather. And when the workers in the country strive, definitely it will have an impact in the economy and the overall economic position of the country. So, but Labour Party that he meets, though, I don't know what is taken in there. He did not take anything to PDP. PDP made him what he is today in the national politics of the country. The platform of PDP, which is a nationwide, that brought him to limelight. All the people that he was meeting across the country, they are members of PDP that have been there before him. They are not people that he brought into PDP. So what did he take out of PDP? Zero. He's taking nothing out of PDP. So what is he bringing into APC? Is he bringing structure into
Labour
APC?
Party.
I mean, sorry, into Labour Party. What is he bringing into Labour Party? Is it this noise over the internet? No. It's men on the ground that will walk across the country. If he's running away from PDP, as he says, that they are spending money, or it's the monetized politics they play there, there's no way he's not going to spend money in what do you call it? In the Labour Party. You still have to spend money to drive people. You have to pay polling booth agents across the country. You have to, a lot of money have to be injected. You know, I'm not in support of bribing people, but what I'm saying is that you have to print your posters, you have to carry out commercials or advertising. You have to deploy a lot of resources into
because Labour Party doesn't have any money, so he's going to self-fund his campaign. It's not as though he's left a behemoth like a PDP that have structures to fund the campaign. But Labour Party, the biggest thing that has happened in the history of that party is Peter Obi joining them, and he is small fry from PDP.
Yeah, so the money that he's complaining about, they're spending money or they're bribing money, he might not have to bribe anybody there, but he has to spend money to promote his campaign, to make it competitive on the ground against other candidates as well. So he should be ready to take some billion of naira out of his pocket. If it is not billions, he should be ready to take multi-millions of naira out of his pocket to fund his campaign, because workers are not going to give him nothing, because workers in Nigeria, economically, they are in poor shape. So if you don't expect workers, you know, to start running around for him for anything.
Are we expecting GoFundMe? Is this where he's going to? Is this how they might afford? They will start doing GoFundMe on the internet for Toro Kobo, $5 and whatnot.
Well, he might do that if the law allows him. He might have to raise a public funding. Maybe that is what it's going to depend on. But my point, my position is, he did not take nothing into PDP. PDP brought him to limelight in his recent campaign across the country. The delegate he was meeting, they are PDP men. They are not people that he brought into the party. They are people he has brought. They are people that those are the structure that some people have put in place across the country. So he was meeting them. Camera was shooting him, showing him around the world, making him look like, yes, he's carrying out a successful campaign. It is PDP platform that make him so. Do you think he will get the same level of media coverage that he has enjoyed so far under the platform of the Labour Party? Well, if he have to go around the country, who is he going to meet? Like the delegate was meeting. Does Labour Party do they have structure across the country? Obviously not. They don't have. Who are the delegates they are going to use? They don't have. But they might just come up hurriedly with some people to show that maybe some workers or some of these, what do you call it? Some of the chapter of NLC and workers organization to show. But, you know, are they competitive? Are they politically relevant? No. They are not politically relevant. They are not strong on the ground. They are the weak of the, if not the weakest political party in Nigeria. So Peter Obi have not helped himself with the decision to leave PDP. He has hurt his political ambition. He has done more damages to himself politically. He has set his political, he has set himself political backward than ever before. Well, some people will not agree. Let's see how it's going to play out. It is now accepted as is it the presidential candidate of the party, or just signed?
Well, he
Just
joined the
registered?
party, so he'll still have to go through their primaries process,
Yeah.
you know.
Yes.
So
Yeah. Let's see how it's going to work out. Maybe it's going to change the the political landscape of Nigeria. Maybe he will use his recent gain, or the recent gain he has made from PDP. Maybe he can use it to transform Labour Party. Maybe he can use it to mobilize workers around the country, mobilize Nigerian people. Let us see what he's going to do. If he knows how to play his game well, if he playing the game well, have to go with money. You have to push, you have to spend money to energize people. I'm not talking about bribery. If you want people to work for you on the ground, to campaign hard, you have to pay them. It's not, things are very, very hard in Nigeria now. They'll be looking for you to get paid for what they are working for. People cannot be on the field from the morning till night campaigning for you, no food in their pocket. They have to go to work. They want them to abandon their work to come and work for you. They must get paid. That is the way it works. So
coming that day,
sorry, sir. I don't understand why you are blaming Peter Obi for leaving, because I don't think this guy is looking like there is any chance for him in the party, and I think that is why he has looked for an alternative means to carry on with his ambition. And,
let me put a position to you, D. Do you think that Peter Obi's political career will be better served with vice presidential ticket under the APC, under the PDP, which he might not even get, or the promise of the position of secretary to the federal government under the PDP, or him getting the presidential ticket for the Labour Party? Which one is more of a career progression for him?
If we look at it with what is on ground, we will say, the progression is more likely for him to stay in PDP. But I think he believes in more of what he wants to do. And if he's not seeing people going in his direction in the party he is right now, I don't see anything bad in him trying alternative means, even though we look at Labour Party like, he's not in the level of them PDP and APC. But with the way things are in Nigeria, I think if he can put a good team together, at least in like for other parties like SDP and all that, I think Labour Party still has more grounds in Nigeria. They are in most of the states.
Do you think it's threatening the presidential seat from Labour Party? Do you think?
Yeah, sure.
You think there's a chance of him becoming the president under the Labour Party?
The chances are slim, but if it's obvious,
how slim?
Let's say he has 60% chance. You know why I said that? Because a lot of people are clamoring for these guys, and a lot of people want him. The only thing I see that might be of interest is obviously the government of the day has a lot of weapons to use against even PDP themselves. But obviously, I'm not blaming that guy for leaving PDP, because I think he's an insider and he can obviously see they won't give him the ticket, and he wants to move forward in at least getting the ticket and contesting, which I still see like a stepping stone even for the East. Even if he doesn't win election, I think it's a right way to
But
the
it will
path
have
they
no
should be going.
political relevance. It will have no political relevance.
It will at some point because things will change. A lot of people too will cross to Labour Party, even if they don't win 2023 election. At least it has a chance to go again. But if it stays in PDP, obviously, when the next election comes, they will have somebody else that wants to counter him. But if it
Yeah,
stays in
but
Labour Party,
if he gets the vice presidential seat, then it will. You saw what the vice presidential seat has done for Shibanjo.
yeah, I see. But what's the chances that even PDP will win election? Then
Well, there's
what's
a
the
better
chances?
chance
What
than
what is his
Labour.
chances? And again, what is the chances they're going to give him the VP for PDP? Then
Yes,
secondly, he might
yes.
not be ready to go in that route with them. And obviously, these guys are in the party. I think they can see what is coming more than us looking them from the outside. So I think the guy has just looked at the situation and thought, okay,
Yeah, you
I
are
think
contradicting
let's.
yourself. You are now saying they are seeing what is coming now, and
Yeah,
you
he has
said
probably seen
earlier,
what is coming with the
yeah,
primaries, so he might not get the ticket. Why would they waste
okay.
time staying in a party that won't give him the ticket? That's what I'm saying.
Why,
You see,
why must he be desperate to get the ticket where you have not invested?
it's
Is
an
that the way it works?
ambition. It's an ambition. Why is Tinubu desperate? Why
No,
is
no, no,
Atiku
no.
desperate? It's the
Tinubu did
same
not
thing,
leave.
Ajani Koko. The guy
No,
wants to
no,
achieve
no, no.
something.
You don't get it. He should have moved to. He should have moved to Labour Party from the onset, but he came to PDP
Oh, you can't say
and it
that.
gave it.
You
No,
can't
no, no,
say
no,
that.
no.
He probably not saying.
Hold on.
Okay.
Did you listen to his reason of leaving the party?
Yeah, I heard
So
his reason.
his reasoning is not tenable. I mean, it's not. It's not tenable. It's not. That reason is to me is too childish, and it doesn't hold no water at all. I mean, this is PDP and APC. You know, the politics they play there is a politics of money, and you got there because you already seen it crystal clear, written on the wall that you'll be badly defeated, and you hurriedly go out, and now you're accusing them, oh, they're sharing money. This is the way he was there. He was there in
I
2000.
don't think it's because they were sharing money. I just
No,
think
that is
it's
what he said. He said they are
it may be part
sharing,
of
they
the
are paying
reason,
some
but for
people.
me,
Yeah,
the way I
yeah.
see it is, I think he sees that his chances are
We have
slim of getting the ticket
yes, we
of
have
the
to go
party.
by what he
Even if
said.
he spends money in that party, he won't still
We,
get the ticket. I think people like Atiku and Bukola Saraki are more favored than him in PDP. So if a sensible person, that's one of the reasons I won't even want to spend my money if I'm in his shoes, because there is no guarantee. Even if I spend this money, I'll rather put this
Sorry, D.
money.
Sorry, D. Everything you are describing now was already in place 6 months ago. He knew it was money politics. He knew that Atiku will outspend him. He knew that because Atiku is one of the founding fathers of the party, so he knew that Atiku somewhat owns the party. So everything that you are now adducing as reasons for him leaving, yeah, was already in play. But what Alexander Gomez is suggesting, which a lot of people they sort of reason along these lines, he says that I think he left primarily because his vice presidential slot is not guaranteed. So not only was he not likely to get the presidential ticket, it's almost unlikely not to get the vice presidential slot as well.
Yeah,
So
which is what I said earlier.
he
It
knew
might
the
not
game
even
was
be
up.
guaranteed, yeah, for the VP slot. Like you said, oh, is it not an opportunity for him? Is it not a progression for him? Maybe there is no guarantee he's going to even get the VP ticket to go with
One
whoever
man,
wins.
the VP ticket, he stand 80% chance of getting the VP ticket because of the way he has carried out his campaign, because of he, among other candidates from the East, the only aspirants that can making waves right there in the public space. So that position he occupied will have propelled him to becoming the vice presidential candidate, because it is clear that is the only one from the East that came out amazingly among others in the recent time. So if he has said there with the noise making going on the internet, with the way that he has marketed himself, that will have been. I mean, he wasn't in the race last time when Atiku picked him. Atiku is still there today, and I believe Atiku must have seen something in him before he picked him last time. And I don't
what is the
doubt that it's
guarantee
not
we
going.
have that he wants to be Atiku's vice president this time around?
Yeah, because that's the extent of his reach now. He's a politician now. He knows the game. He knows he's not going to be president. He knows.
Look, he have not invested in PDP. What I mean by investment in PDP is that how many states do you control? Or how many senators do you have that you have sponsored yourself? How many governors have you sponsored yourself within PDP? How many House of Rep have you sponsored? Those are the structure of PDP. Those are the leaders that can promote your aspiration to the highest level. When you don't have that and you're thinking that you're going to get the head of the ticket, it's not possible. It's never done anywhere. It's never done anywhere.
But Janko, wasn't one man? I remember. Wasn't one man? One man told us that Peter will never be president or vice. One man said that in this platform. So one man told us that Peter will never be vice president or president. So why? That's why he left. One man told us the platform. I remember one man said.
Yeah, but that still remains. That still remains the case. He's not going to, even more so now than before. He's not going to be president.
You see, one man just answered the question. What he was saying.
So, look, Obi have not invested anything in PDP. And for him to think that he want to jump in the race and think he's going to, and think he's going to get the head of the ticket, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. It's never happened. Why do you think that you see Tinubu in APC and the Yorubas are the leading contender there, or particularly are the ones saying, oh, yes, we want presidency. It's because they have invested so much in APC. The Igbo did not invest as the way Yoruba invested, Yoruba Tinubus and all of them. The way they invested in APC, the Igbos did not invest on APC like that. And that is why you don't see a strong candidate from the Igbo land. So, look, this is about interest for power, and that interest have to be pursued by, will be determined by amount of invested you have injected in the field. How much investment has he put in PZP that he is looking forward to yield him that #1 ticket? That is the most exalted position in Nigeria. The ticket to becoming the most exalted man in Nigeria. No, you have to invest so much.
There's one thing.
Hold on, Charles. Hold on, Charles. Ajale Koko, wrap up your commentary with this. Wrap this headline into your commentary. 2023 presidency, Peter Obi unstable. We have withdrawn our support group. So the group, one of the big groups supporting him, they are called Democratic Forum for Justice and Equity. And they said they actually, so let me just give you what they said. It says, we have withdrawn our support for Peter Obi, having realized that he is an unstable politician who has taken his desperation to a selfish level. We made bold to say that we regretted ever supporting Obi in the first place, and we have since shifted our loyalty to a stable politician. So is this a sign of things to come? Is this the backlash then? Is this anticipated, or is this just a one-off? Do you feel the sense that people somewhat disappointed even some suggesting it a cowardly act. So the backlash now against Obi's move, I haven't left PDP to go and park in Labour. So what are you making of that group's comment and their reasons?
Those people are correct. He has shown he's moving out of PDP, show that he's unstable, and that as well can be described as an act of desperation. So he shows that he's so desperate. He's looking for the head of the ticket by all means, and he has seen it clearly that he couldn't get it in PDP, and that is why he moved out. And I can tell you this, one man, he didn't want to face. He didn't want a big it's afraid of.
He thought he'll be humiliated.
It doesn't want that political humiliation after the primary. The result of the primary will show that he is nobody in the party. It will show that even among his the delegates in Igbo land, he might not be able to win convincingly among them. Because they represent some people, they belong to some group of, they represent some political structure that are totally, I mean, they represent the structure of some other people. So he doesn't want that humiliation, and that humiliation, he believes, it might set him back more than ever before, and that is why he's jumping out. But you see, those people are right. I agree with them that his action show an act of desperation, and he has taken a very bad decision. He should have remained in PDP. Losing primary does not mean that you lost everything. That will have the fact that you contested under a very big party will bring you to the limelight and make you relevant in the political scheme of things in the Nigeria. So, but he had lost it all. I would have loved him to move. If he had moved to APGA, I would have said, yes, this guy has moved to his
natural place of
natural place of political.
But is that not the point? What sense does it make if he moves to APGA? If he moves to Labour Party,
Labour Party have nothing. Labour Party have nothing.
Labour Party is a bigger party than Labour. APGA is a bigger party than Labour.
Hold on. APGA people are his people. He will still get their vote. They don't have any presidential candidate or so. So he will still eventually get their vote. So
look,
why would they move to APGA and mobilize it? So let me tell you, you've been saying on here, Peter Obi is the man, is this, is that, and of which this guy can't get the ticket in PDP and he's moved to Labour Party. Why can't we now start campaigning the way you are campaigning for Showore, for people to vote for Showore, even if Showere's party was no party that nobody knows, we should vote for Showore. But you are not saying we should vote for Peter Obi because you have moved to Labour Party now.
Okay, let me tell you. Okay, hold on. Let me tell you. Hold on. Let me tell you the difference between Peter Obi and Showore. Showore, so far. Hold on, CBD. Yeah, go on. Showore, so far in Nigerian politics is the most consistent politician. From day one that he set up his party, he never left. He's facing problem. He remained there. And is fighting the battle. That is what you need in a leader. A person that jumped from pillar to pole.
It's easier said than done. So
hold on. You want me to make point? You want me to make point?
Hold on,
We don't need to be arguing here. On this platform, we don't need to be arguing. Let us make the point. You
Again,
ask
I'm
me a
just
question.
making the
Yeah,
fact.
and I'm just pointing it out to you. Whether you want to accept it or not, but the fact is there. Sowore is the most consistent politician in Nigeria today, whether you like it or not. He formed his party, he remained there, he did not win election, he's struggling hard, he still remains. He believes these two parties are worst, they are not good for us, they are corrupt party, they are destroying the country, and he never want to align with them. Peter Obi, he is not a corrupt person. To me, as far as I'm concerned, I might be wrong. Some people will not see him like that. I want to go by his record in Anambra State. He run the state well, but you joined a corrupt party. You know what characterized the administration and operation of that party, and you join it. Are you? Can't you see? Are you not? Can't you? I mean, a leader must be a person that can see beyond his nose. A leader must be a visionary person, a person that you know where to go and not to go. You cannot go into the midst of corrupt people and you want to play saint. No.
Ajani Koko, can I ask you?
Let me finish the point. You cannot go into the midst of corrupt people, 99% corrupt, and you only want to be a saint. You cannot defeat them. And number two is this: he has practicalized the corruption with these people in that party for buying political form, by buying nomination form for 40 million. That is corruption in itself.
It was also part of that process in 2019.
That's what I'm saying. You are part of this
in 2019
of this process.
Because Atiku bought the ticket in 2019, and he was part of that.
You are part of this thing. You are part of these corrupt people, and now you are saying that you are bolting out and you are accusing them that they are spending dollars. That is nonsense. You didn't see it before you go and join them. If you join bad people, you will be tagged as bad people too. And that is what Sowore saw and say, I'm not joining these bad people. I want to remain a good person for Nigerian people. I will stand out among good Nigerians, and that's what makes Sowore better than him 100 times.
How is Sowore better than him? Sowore only have a chance. Have a chance in his party.
Let's hear from Nsibidi.
Obi has been.
Let's hear from Nsibidi. Nsibidi, let's hear from you.
Yeah, I was just going to ask Ajani Koko, if he had not joined PDP all this time, would he be as politically relevant as he is today? I'm not talking of ideology, because everybody is an activist somehow, But I'm saying, will he be relevant in the political scene the way he is right now if he had not been in PDP all this time?
Let me tell you, CBD, is Sowore not politically relevant?
No, not in the political space.
Because he has not won election?
His name is known, quite all right, but not politically relevant.
Yes. But why must he go and join the team of corrupt an organization? I mean, a party that is enmeshed in corruption, a party that have destroyed everything, every fabric that is connected with that country. Why must he go and join
it? For years. You didn't just join them yesterday or 2 years ago.
For their structure. That is what, that is to see, he cannot see well. Now the structure, he thinks that he can manipulate, he can use, he can hijack from them. Those owners of the structure have shown to him that, look, go and sit on the back bench. We, the owner, we are the landlord of this house. You are just a tenant. This is what belongs to you. That is the way it works there.
Ajani Koko, I don't think he ever had in mind that he was going to win the primaries. Because from the beginning, he has always been saying.
Well, what are you talking about? CBD? Come on, man.
I
Let
said
us
I don't wait now.
let us stop
You
all
know, you
this,
people
man.
don't allow people express a contrary opinion
Go
sometimes. It's
on.
not good.
Is that not what you are
Sometimes
doing
it feels
now?
like we are all trying to push a particular narrative, and
Just
me,
go to
I'm
it.
not for that.
CBD, you must stop the belly aching. Just go to the point. Yeah.
Yeah, no, but
Yeah.
I've noticed the stifling of my
Go to
voice
the.
now.
If you don't go to the point, then I have to move on. So go to. You have the floor. Go to the point.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is that Peter Obi has never, from the beginning, he has always been saying that he's not desperate, and that is like it's only people that do not understand, that are not thinking deep into what he's saying, that will be surprised that he moved, because he knew from the beginning that it will get to a point whereby he will have to leave. Even in the interview he made some time back, he mentioned that he has to move. They asked him why he left Abga. He said that he left Abga because what he's trying to do at that point is no longer feasible with Abga. So the people are moving. So me, I'm just seeing it like the man used he was in PDP for that political exposure to know how the politics, that's just my opinion, to know how the politics is being played in the main, on the main stage,
In
the major.
CBD.
Then he doesn't. I don't think he ever had in mind that these people owe him their delegate votes. You understand? So that's what I think.
In
Oh, oh,
CBD,
oh.
can I ask a question?
Yeah, yeah. Definitely.
You said he said he's not desperate. Do you think he's not desperate?
I'm saying he said it. I'm not the one who
Okay,
said
He
it.
but
I
is
don't,
asking what you think.
yes.
yes, I think I believe him. I believe him
You don't
totally.
think he's desperate. You don't think
So
he's
so
He
desperate.
said
so in CBD, you believe that he left PDP and went to another party in another jurisdiction and he's not desperate. And even if he says
yes.
he's not desperate, that's not
That
even a
is
good thing. To me, it's not a good thing to say because if you want to become the president of Nigeria, you should be desperate. You
you
should be
should be
desperate.
desperate.
Yes.
Is it by saying it? Is it by saying it? If
No,
you're
I
if
think
to
so.
show you that he's not desperate is the fact that he went to the party that many of us, some of not us, some of you are disparaging, like Labour Party is nowhere. That should show you that someone is not desperate. If he's desperate, he
Uh-uh.
would have at least even settled. He would have
So
even been
when
looking
Tinubu
for
started
being a
APC,
vice
he was not
presidential
desperate.
candidate.
Hold on. He courted NMPP, but they rejected him. At least they couldn't give him what he wanted. They told him that he was going to carry bags for Kwakwanso.
Yeah, obviously everybody knew that he was never going to go there to become vice presidential candidate for Kwakwan. So what's the point? So he made the right
So
call
no,
in my
so Labour was not his first go-to.
yeah, Kwakwan so is more, it would have been more strategic. I would concede that because of Kwakwan So's
So it's gone
political
further and
relevance.
further down the league. So that
But
then tells you what his allure is. So it
but
doesn't
it's
have the
easier.
allure that.
It's easier to find a structure under Labour than NNPP, if you ask me, because Labour Party is it's a Labour whatever is spread across the entire country, and if they use
Who
that
told you
platform,
that? Are you talking about the Labour Union or the Labour Party? They are distinct entities.
I know, but are they not? Is it not? Are they not in synergy somehow
No, they are
in
not
terms
in
of?
synergy. No, because the labor union is a home to all political thoughts. So you have APC, PDP, Chore, etc. Abga. They are all there is a workers' union, isn't it? And the
Thank
workers
you.
are caught across the political spectrum. So they are not part of
Yes,
the Labour Party. They're a
that's
unique and distinct entity from Labour Party.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. That Labour Party itself is not. Maybe I'll need to do. I don't want to say things that I'm not sure of. I will have to do a bit more finding on that Labour Party and
Woman,
their
good evening,
structure.
sir. Good evening, sir. Can I interject a bit?
Hold on.
But
I want to hear from Echo next, but let him see the land. But I want to hear from Echo, then
I
I'll
don't
come
want
to
to
you
ask
too.
CBD something.
No,
so,
hold
so
on. I want to hear from Echo, but let him
Okay,
see the
okay,
land. Yeah.
okay.
yeah. So me, I was just going to say this, that if we say that Peter Obi made the blunder, why did he leave PDP? So if the man knew that he was not going to get the position in PDP and he left at the time, so what? Why are we angry that he left? because we knew he was not going to get the thing in the first
Nobody
place.
is angry. We're just befuddled. But
Yeah, I'm not angry. Oh.
let's hear from HO. So HO, you're hearing the conversations. People scratching heads on why Peter Obi left PDP, where his political career would have gone forward, to go and start digging trenches in Labour Party. What is your take then of all this confusion that the Anambra ex-governor has put in play? HO.
Well, to me, his move is out of desperation, in the sense that in his statement he said he was not desperate. And somebody who is not desperate will just stay put where he is, and like, okay, I'm going to put in my best to see if I can win the primary. And if I don't, I know I put in my best. But knowing fully well that he may not likely win the primary, and he decided to relocate to another party and seeking for the presidential nominee form, to me, that is an act of deception, telling us he's not desperate, whereas within him he's desperate, and that is not consistency. And somebody who will be able to pull us out of this is somebody who will be stable and consistent in his statement, truth to what he meant.
Would you describe Peter Obi as a man of principles, HO?
Well, based on what he has done in Anambra, as we can look backward to, he seems to be a man of principle. But that statement that I'm not desperate, and his last moment of movement, does not tell me he's truthful.
Sorry, Echo.
Yeah.
Sorry, one man. Let me say this. Peter Obi said he is not desperate. When they asked him, he said he's not desperate to be president, that he is desperate for change. So I don't know, when someone says desperate for change, you can interpret it in different ways. The change is talking about is not the change is talking about is political change and removing this thing from this two party and money politics, politics that they are doing there. So if someone says desperate for change, you cannot say that he has done something contrary to what he's saying by going to Labour Party.
He's
He didn't say
desperate.
not desperate to be president and alone. He said he's desperate. He's not desperate to be president, but he's desperate for change.
But the change is wants to give is under the platform of becoming the president. That is
No,
where.
that's what I just said.
Wait.
That is not about the presidency alone.
If it
It's about
If it's not about the presidency, then why did he move?
if it's not because of the president, then he wouldn't have moved.
But how could he have made that change?
Wait.
How could he have made that change in PDP, the same place where they are doing the money politics?
That is where the change is needed.
See, we are still saying the same thing. He wants to make
But there's nothing wrong with being desperate, though.
Wait,
I mean,
this guy said he's not desperate.
One at a time. Let HO land. Carry on, HO.
He wants to make a change under the leadership of becoming the president of Nigeria. And the change he wants to make is in the system. So he knows he cannot get it in PDP. And this is not the first time he knows that PDP does not go through their primary without this bribing and corruption that is taking place now. He has known it from the beginning. So why did he not make that change from the beginning to go into a party that believes in his ideology and also believe in his principle and work with them from the onset? Why the last minute?
Hold on in CBD. Let's hear from DOG who wanted to interject earlier. So D, you wanted to add?
Yeah, I mean, if this guy said he's not desperate, he's not saying he's not desperate in the sense he probably doesn't want to be throwing out $5,000 to delegate and all that, but not like he doesn't want to be president. And because I don't see us now judging him as being desperate compared to the likes of them, because I think Atiku is desperate, I think Tinubu is desperate compared to those guys. Even in moving to Labour Party, I think it should be positive and we should support this guy because in the past month I've seen a lot of people come here support Showere. Even Showere was in a party that nobody knows, and this guy just look at his situation.
All right, let's leave Showere to one side for a
No,
moment.
I'm
but,
not staying on. I'm just using
let's
as an example.
let's stay with that desperation. But D, he said he's not desperate to be president, but he's desperate to change the process and change Nigeria.
Yeah, but one man.
So hold on. He said he's not desperate to be president, but he's desperate to change the process and Nigeria. So that change of the process and Nigeria is not going to be actualized in Labour Party because that's not where the change is needed. The change is needed in PDP where the process is rotten, but the chance of getting the ticket is more enhanced. So if what he's saying obtains, then he should not leave because the change is not needed in Labour Party and Labour Party is not going to deliver Nigeria to him. PDP needs the change and they can deliver Nigeria to him.
The change he's talking about is the change of Nigeria, not the change of the party. And
right.
if as a reasonable person, if he sees that he doesn't have a chance in that party and he has plans, why won't he try other places? Everybody here has said, oh, if Tinubu didn't get the ticket, he probably will move to SDP. Are we going to be saying the same thing about Tinubu if he moves to SDP too?
Well, Tinubu is a desperate politician.
Has looked at the situation. Obviously, moving to Abga doesn't really make sense to me. Politically, he has moved to Labour, but obviously Abga will vote for their people because he's Igbo. Abga is an Igbo party. So it's more like he will now merge with Abga when the election comes. And we've been calling here for a third party to come and at least give these people some challenge, and we can't just have APC and PDP all along. And this guy has done this, and I think if we keep clamoring for this guy and make ways, Labours can win party. Aren't Abga winning over APC and the rest in other states? So I think this is the time we need to know.
How many reps does Labour have in the House, or how many senators?
I don't know about that, but I know Labour Party is more popular than
they don't
all this
have
NNPP,
anything across the country.
NNPP,
they have nobody. They don't even have councillor.
It's a nonsensical party. It's
a nonsensical.
This guy was under them before. The governor of Oyo State,
Mimiko was there as well.
Mimiko too was under them.
He left quickly.
So they have like a structure in ground, but with the popularity Peter Obi is getting now, he can build on that. And Ajale Oku is always telling us here, like, 8 months is not too small to change things. I think this guy too can, with the popularity he's getting, and work on it and put a good team together to work on his campaign and give these people some fight. And at this time, I think, even if he doesn't win the election 2023 this is now where the Igbos now are doing what we expect them to do, and he will have a better chance next time, rather than stay in a party that will just kill his ambition forever.
All right.
Why is Atiku still here trying to contest? Because Obasanjo killed his political ambition.
All right, let's hear from Tony. Thank you, Adi. Let's hear from Tony who wanted to come in. Tony, you wanted to come in.
Oh, yes, sir. Good evening, everybody. Hello. So, what I was trying to say is that I'm very happy that this guy didn't join the NNPP or whatever they call it, because he has averted a very big problem between the North and South again. Like, because back in the days, I think we also team up with the Northern Party, and then the other guy turn up with the Northern Party. So this time around, I'm very happy that he didn't do that. So going to Labour Party, even though I know that there will be no election next year, but at least he has done the right thing by moving to Labour Party, as Ajani Koko have been preaching here, that no APC, no PDP, that any other party vote for other party. So Ajani Koko should try to help this guy out to make sure that they build the Labour Party up. And then beside that, whether they have senators or not, this is just to get started. So they're going to have them, in future. If if election is coming up, but election will not come up because the money they are using now to buy tickets and then all those bribing delegates should have been used to establish industries in the 700 local government of the country. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, Tony. So Ajale Koko, back to you. Ajale Koko, are you there?
One man. You see, people can say, we are going to see this movement of Obi to Labour Party in different way. But in the real practical aspect of it, is it good for us to have other functioning party other than these two parties? Yes. But why we are querying him, or somebody like him is querying him, is because he lacks a sense of judgment from day one before joining this party. Why must you go and join corrupt party and you think you are going to get the best out of it? That is what I am querying of this guy. If you may recall, I have said it several times, these two parties are not my party. They are not, I will not support any candidate from this party. And I have said it several times here that Obi is one of the best that we have in Nigeria. But him joining this wrong party, to me, I think is a wrong choice. He chose a wrong choice. But for him to now realize 3 days to their convention or 2 days to their convention to say, I am bolting out, that tell me that he is acting desperate like every other politician. And he has even chosen a wrong party to go. Labour Party is not a party that can give him anything. APGA would have been better because it's based now politically, particularly in this presidential base. The stronger base he have is in Igbo land. The Igbo are strongly yearning for presidency this time. And he has played it very, very good. He has played the game well using the platform of PDP. Now that it's going out of PDP, he should have returned to base, returned back to his base, which is APGA. APGA will have been a party, he will have been in a position to promote APGA, to bring APGA into the center stage of our national politics. But Labour have, APGA still have representatives in the north. APGA have some assemblymen in the north. So APGA have some local government in the north. So APGA is still much on the ground than Labour Party. He will have used this opportunity to promote APGA and now put APGA in the center stage, and he will have come out as a real leader in Nigerian politics because he's contesting for presidency. He's not contesting for the for Igbo. He will have used this to lead Igbo into a real contention into the nation, into the national polity, and he will have used that position to negotiate, to go into alliance, strong alliance with any other party, not PDP or APC, in the pursuance of... sorry,
Ajane Koko. Ajane Koko, can you coordinate the conversation for a moment? I need to come off the screen just for a second. Did you hear me, Ajane Koko?
What did you say?
I said, can you coordinate the conversation for a moment? I need to come off my screen for a second.
Okay, 1 minute. Okay, all right, that's cool.
Okay, so carry on.
All right, gentlemen, if this guy had moved for APGA, as I was saying, he would have done a big favor to the interest of the Igbo people. He would have used that to galvanize a strong campaign from the Igbo land and to the national, to the center stage of our country, and not Labour. Labour is a weak party. It's a very weak.
Don't you think it's like using one stone to kill two birds, him joining Labour Party? Because it's easy for him to form merge with Abga. He won the gubernatorial election under Abga, so he have his people there. So him going to Abga, for me, I think it will first Igbolize the move. But now he has joined the Labour Party, he can bring Abga in, and we don't know his other alternative moves that he wants to make while joining Labour Party. Because I don't want us to, I still even see him joining Labour Party more sensible than joining NNPP or whatever that party is. And for me, I don't even think Abga has any root in the north, because Abga is an Igbo party. I don't see how they will have grounds in the north. Maybe somewhere in the southwest, maybe yes. And
they have some representatives. They have some representative in the north. Not much, though. Not much. That's
what I'm saying. So it's more like you have a house, your family is there, and you need the vote. In your house, people will vote for you. You would rather go and bring other people in to come and join your house members. Because why would they join Abga when obviously even we will come and say, oh, for me, I would think it's a wrong move to join Abga because it has first Igbolized the stuff. So now he has joined the Labour Party. Abga, he won the gubernatorial election under Abga. So he have his people there. He can bring them all together for presidential election and they can vote for him. And you've been always telling us here that 8 months is enough time for things to change. I think if this guy walk and with the popularity he's gaining, and for me, we all know he's the right candidate, even while he was in PDP and we keep weighing the options, even the likes of them, Tinubu and the rest, he seems like the right candidate. So why won't we just support this guy and ignore the party and just talk about the people themselves and the plans they have,
Can I come in, Johnny Coco, please, sir? Can I just interject? Okay, thank you, sir. So, what I just saying now.
Tell him to come to the side. Okay.
So what you are saying now, DOG, you don't know this guy very well. This guy is a dubious, it's of dubious character. For abandoning Abga, which was set up by Ojukwu, a Southeast-based political party that is gaining ground in Edo State, Delta State, and Ondo State, and if with Okorocha, most of all these Igbo politicians, I hate all of them because of that. For abandoning,
settle down. You can't say things like that.
Okay, sorry, sir. So, but for abandoning, hold on. Let me finish, sir. So, let me finish. So for abandoning that party, no, hold on, please, sir. No, hold on, please, sir. So they should have stayed there and build up that party. So, like we have that in Germany here, the Munich party, just a city party. It's a kind of a regional party that is a power broker in Germany here. So, this is where I'm very mad at those Igbo politicians. Okorocha, all of them came into Abga and they destroyed it because of money. They were crossing party to party.
All right, thank you, Tony.
You see, Obi is just logical about his move, because joining Abga will first, like I said earlier, will Igbolize the whole situation, and even people from like the southwest will think, oh, it's Igbo thing. This guy won the gubernatorial election under Abga, and they are his people. So I think it's even a more logical and more sensible for him to join Labour Party than when he can now bring Abga in to work for him when it comes to presidential election, which makes sense, rather than joining Abga. Because to me, if he joins Abga, I would think he's not serious. And I think he thought about it that way too, like you get. So that's the logic behind it. So, and I don't want you to come and be saying, oh, you don't like these Igbo people. People are making the decision and the option and what they think is good for them and what they prefer to do in the routes they are going. So you can't condemn an a whole ethnicity for that. Is their choice.
We did not condemn ethnicity. We are talking about the party.
No, don't say we. Say I.
Okay, okay. I did not condemn. It's just that because I don't speak so fast. You didn't understand me. I was born a stammerer. That is why I speak so fast. So hold on.
No
So
worries. It's all right.
that party was set up by Ojukwu, a very great leader, a credible leader. So, and that is what brought all of them to political limelight. But they abandoned it for monitoring.
Oh no, that's not where the conversation is. But thank you, Tony. So
yes.
Let's hear from Baba Akure. Then I want to move the topic on. I think Baba Akure wanted to comment on that space, but all right, let's move the topic on. Ajale Koko, are you still there?
Yeah, one more.
All right, brilliant. So let me move you to this space. So this now, this is a real turn up for the books. So instructions from Malam Buhari. Buhari directs Adamu to prune APC presidential aspirants to 10, and he will name his successor after that. So he's saying then he doesn't want to appear to be imposing on the space, but he will still impose on the space. He's asking the chairman then to prune it down from the 28 to 10. Of course, that 10 will include whoever he has decided he wants to succeed him. So why does he not just name that person? So what are you then making of Buhari's directive to Adamu?
One more. Before I answer that question, before I talk on that one, I want our people to know that you can run your emotion any way you like about my position on Obi. But what I want you to know, Obi is one of our best. And as such, Nigeria is a country that will never go for their best. And the political party you have in Nigeria will never give you the best that will work for you people. So, but a real leader, as I'm saying, should see it very clearly that none of this party, a real leader must not consider any one of this party as a choice in the first place to promote his political ambition, or rather a political campaign to take Nigeria out of this problem, not any one of this party. So any leader that cannot see it, I'm surprised. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I will see that leader as a person that cannot see beyond his note, a non-visionary leader. So that is what Obi demonstrated to me by joining that party. He demonstrated his non-visionary, and he got it wrong from day one to join PDP. So let's leave that. Let me go to what the next point. One man, that is illegal. You cannot tell anybody how they are going to do it. I don't know. It is part of illegality that has overwhelmed our political play in Nigeria. And as such, it is playing out in practicality. Nobody that would really want to solve Nigeria, that really believe in working for Nigerian people, should ever join any one of these two parties. This is what Buhari is displaying now. This is what he's telling the chairman. Prune them down to 25 and we go from there. From 10. 28, to 10. From 28 to 10. How do you want to do that? How do you want to cut short the ambition of people? This is what the party represents. So anybody that think well about that country should not join that party. You see, I praise this.
Do you not think they feel this too saturated?
Look at even this Abiola boy, called Abiola. For that guy to have got it right, I have my great respect for him. For him to come and say, look, I am not joining them. I'm going for PRP. He's a visionary guy. He's a visionary leader. That is what I expected Obi to have seen. So, but he's trying to, take where he did not, he want to reap where he did not sow, and they've shown to him that, look, you have no place here. So, but in, what do you call it? The president telling them to prune it down, it is illegal, and we want to see what is going to play out and I'm sure it's going to be successful because all of them they are corrupt people. They are people after their own interests and not for the interests of Nigerian people. So they will do it and they will get away with it. He has been doing it and he's been successful with it.
Do you not think they feel that? But they need to get rid of names like Tunde Bakari and all these names. You know, they need to clear them out of the way. People like Rocha Sokorocha, people that are not really there
they don't have to. All they need to do is to organize, put a process in place that will let the process be free and fair. Let everybody go on the field. Let them contest. Let them go and test their popularity, and whoever that wins, we emerge as the winner, and not by instructing, oh, let us take some people out. That is illegal. That is highway robbery. After paying 100 million.
Yeah, that's my question. Will they give them their money back? Is the thing.
They're not going to give them back. It's not refundable. That is what it is.
It's
not refundable. They're not going to give them their money back. So what I'm saying, one man, is that what Buhari is telling them to do is what they're going to do. It is not democracy they are playing there. It is militaryocracy, and it is totally out of line of the constitution, out of line of democratic rule. So they will get away with it. It's been doing it since the day of Oshiomhole, who took an elected chairman out, replaced it with illegal Haddock chairman. Haddock chairman that's supposed to be there for 6 months. That one was there for how many months? It was there for going to 2 years. So, and look at the way they imposed this new one on them overnight. It just came from nowhere, and they imposed it on others that have been in the party, invested hard, invested their time and money and everything in the party. They impose it and they get away. The same way it's going to do with the presidential. If we get away with it, we manipulate the process and then impose on the party whoever he likes, and those are the one, and that is the person that they will give out to Nigeria as an option for them to vote for. So it's a manipulated process. It's complete. It's completely nonsense. But let's keep watching. Let's see how it's going to go about it. But I know, yeah, they will do it. They mean it. They will do it. That's it.
All right, thank you. So Ajale Koko, just to progress the conversation, I'm going to go on to Insibide, but I think HO wanted to come into that space that you were talking on. So did you want to contribute to that, HO?
Yeah. It is what is really happening in Nigeria, that they are ruling, that is taking place in the party. And that is another evidence of what they are going to give to us if at the end of the day they are still able to wiggle themselves at the end of the election to become our leaders tomorrow. So to me, if they want to cut the number of people to 10, in reality, every other people's money should be refunded back to them, because 100 million naira is not 100 naira, and it is not fair.
All right. So it's almost like it's 419, really, if you think about it. It's 419, but then of course Buhari 419 now. What else is it but 419?
That is the same Yahoo they are doing in the public office, but when it comes to the street boy, they will arrest them, display them in the system with a placard. But these people are doing the same Yahoo in a bigger form, and we are just letting everything slide by. And that is what has led us as a nation to this point where we are now, that we are just swimming. We don't know the way to swim out. And it's so sad.
All right, thank you, H.O. So, thank you, H.O. So, Insibide, let me come to you and take you back to the East, really. This is going to be an Eastern narrative. And really, is this, you, of course, you've been on this platform for a good while. So we've been in this space before, and we knew this was coming, and finally it lands. We knew that, well, very, very quickly, Simon Ekpa will build such a followership that he will be in a position to challenge that IPOB space for supremacy. So it looks as though that challenge is now on. Nnamdi Kanu's family writes to Simon Ekpa, once Finland-based disciple, to desist from using IPOB leader's name for material gains and broadcast. So did you hear me read it out? I can reread it if you want it fresh into your memory. But that is yes. Let me just for the benefit of so that's the headline. Nnamdi Kanu's family writes Simon Ekpa, wants Finland-based disciple to desist from using IPOB leader's name for material gains and broadcast. The family of Nnamdi Kanu, leader of the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB, has formally, let me actually share the screen so that people who might want to read along can read along. So let me just share the screen. I think that would make it more interactive. So the family of Nnamdi Kanu, leader of the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB, has formally written Simon Ekpa, a self-proclaimed disciple, to stop using the name of the agitator for material gains. In a letter addressed to Ekpa by Magnus Johnson, the family said the Finland-based Nigerian should not mention Kanu's name or use the agitator's image in any of his broadcast. The letter dated May the 17th warned Ekpa to stop describing himself as a disciple of Kanu and should stop disguising as a member of the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB. It also warned Ekpa to stop defamatory publications against members of the Kanu family and ensure such does not occur in any of his broadcasts. The Kanu family warned that Ekpa's failure to comply with the demands will attract costly legal actions, including petitions and criminal complaints against him to the Finnish authorities. The family also threatened to institute injunctive claims against Ekpa for civil injuries. Pardon me. The letter reads, the letter reads, the Kanu family, both in Nigeria and in diaspora, has retained undersigned to formally demand from you as follows, that you should forthwith cease and desist from using the name and image of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, either in your broadcast or otherwise, for any material gain whatsoever, including any fundraising, that you should forthwith cease and desist from addressing yourself as a disciple of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, either in the guise of you being a member of IPOB, which we are informed you are not, or in any other manner relating to the Biafran agitation, that you should forthwith cease and desist from any further defamatory publications against any member of the Kanu family, whether such publications are personally authored by you or by others you invite to your social media platform networks, that you are hereby given 14 days from the confirmed receipt of this legal mail within which to comply with the demands in this letter, that your failure or refusal to comply with the demands herein will result in costly legal actions against you, including but not limited to the following: A, direct criminal complaint against you to Finnish authorities and or to any European country in which you are encountered. B, tortious and injunctive claims against you for the civil injuries enumerated above. C, petition against you to the Finnish authorities that regulate legal practice such as you are currently applying in Finland. Finally, you are hereby warned that this legal mail constitutes a pre-action notice, that no further formal warnings will be forthcoming to you before our commencement of foregoing legal action against you. So there it is right there, quite punchy and quite potent, and there is the fight that we anticipated in CBD. So now, who takes the crown? Is it Simon Ekpa or the Kanu space?
Uh, one man, my answer will be on that will be a bit brief. I think I'll put it this way.
You know, we've always said on this space that it will turn into a money fight, and it has turned into a money fight.
To be honest with you, I wouldn't look at it as a money fight. Maybe influence, but not fight money exactly. But
Financial gain is not money.
no, financial gain, financial activities is part of it, but I wouldn't look at it that way. But to be honest, with the way I've understood that space, I wouldn't look at it that way. But I see it more of Simon Ekpa. If we are being honest, the man has been broadcasting for years, and he has been talking about the Nigerian government, the injustices, and the Biafran struggle. That's the truth about the whole thing. As much as people, as much as Nnamdi Kanu and every other like the IPOB itself has followership, let's not forget that he came into the IPOB, but he had already started his own mechanism of broadcast. So it's not like he went there and it's not like he was inside the organization and decided to break out and go with people. You get? So that's how we look at it objectively. But I think also he should be able to have that synergy with the structure. I know the reason why a lot of people are angry with the main IPOB structure, or should I say some people, is because they feel like maybe they have something. There are some people that feel like maybe there's some kind of influence, external influence, maybe from the government or for some politicians into the main structure. So some people feel like Simon Ekpa is still, is still following the original template of Nnamdi Kanu, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. That's it. That's the truth. Some people, I'm not saying everybody feels that way, but quite a number of people, especially diaspora, and just this diaspora structure that Nnamdi Kanu was really known for more. Many of them feel like Simon Ekpa is still following the same template. So now, it's not, I don't think it's him that they might be so much angry with. They are just angry at his influence. But if Nnamdi Kanu's family is involved in the whole thing, then because these people are close to Nnamdi Kanu, and there should be some kind of synergy and there should be some kind of understanding that I think even if Simon Ekpa needs to compromise a bit for that piece or for that synergy to be there, I think he should be able to listen and. But on his own side, we cannot just rule him out as someone who is trying to take any thing, because people are just seeing him as a continuation. That's the truth. A lot of
but
people.
The Nnamdi Kanu family don't. They are saying don't mention our name again, otherwise we'll lock you up.
Yeah, because most of them, they are on ground. They are like in the, they are on ground, and they are dealing direct with the situation on ground. You understand? So that's what I'm saying. I cannot support Simon Ekpa against the family of Nnamdi Kanu. I can't do that. The only thing I wish that he can do is to be able to, both of them.
Do you think Simon Ekpa is just on a money grab? Is it just on a money grab?
Well, this man has been doing this thing for over. I think I heard about him the first time, maybe like some 5 years ago. And then, the space is not that heated. So even Nnamdi Kanu at some point endorsed him with his own self. He said, listen to Simon Ekpa. He said it several times, listen to this guy. So Simon Ekpa came in, but he did not start what he is doing as a result of coming in. He had already been doing what he's doing, only that now maybe he has a larger, audience because of, the situation with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. So you find out that most of the people listening to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu now, they like search the space for the most relevant and familiar voice that they can follow. So they decide to follow, to listen to Simon Ekpa. But Simon Ekpa has been talking about the Nigerian government, about Biafra, and about injustice for years. So that's why I'm trying to say that we cannot just look at
Do
it.
you think the Kanu family feel threatened by him?
In what way? Like in terms of
That he's
influence,
trying
or
to he's trying to seize a match on them, because the way he's gathering momentum is almost turning into a bigger name than Nnamdi Kanu.
I think they
And
are hating.
no? Huh?
They are just, it seems like they are hating, because what can they do about it? If it's gaining momentum, it's gaining momentum, and you keep
The
on
moment,
doing it. What
but
me and
he's
what
going to grab what they labored for, is
Yes,
what they're saying. Yeah.
yes, he has the open space to do it. He has the right. Why should he stop?
but
This is a what, a $250 million industry. They
Okay,
are not going to.
and so because
um,
somebody is I don't want to seem, I don't want to sound too, but I'm just stating facts. Somebody is in jail. Okay, because of loyalty, you shouldn't now progress to the next level.
Then, mind you, solely again, everything that still goes on with IPOB and all that outside there affects this guy's case. So that must be part of why they are like, you need to chill, stop
yeah,
putting his
exactly.
picture, stop all those things, because
Are you
I
it's
don't
sure?
know.
obviously
I'm
Is that
saying.
affecting
what
his
they
case.
filed for? Is that what they filed for?
No, that's what I'm saying. That they need to be some. I'm sure. Even there was a time I was listening to Simon Ekpa, and I saw a few people that made that comment that they should be. Um, nobody is. People are not seeing him as. They are seeing him as the maybe authentic continuation. To be honest, a lot of people, maybe not all, but I think that he should also have that understanding, and they should work. Yeah, even if he's not going to do exactly everything they want, but there should be some kind of, there should be some synergy with the family at least, even if there will be none with the main DOS, the IPOP, the guys who feel like, there's still that other main structure of IPOB. But people need to understand that this broadcast method was one of the methods that Nnamdi Kanu used to spread his message more potently, and gathered a lot of people. So you find out that, and that's the space that Simon Ekpa has been.
Who do you think commands the or controls or commands the narrative more within the Biafra space? The IPOB platform or Simon Ekpa? Who has more of the ears of the people?
Simon Ekpa, obviously.
you know yeah, but Simon Ekpa called his own the autopilot, meaning it's the same IPOB, but the continuation, somehow the continuation without the leader who was at the main
CBD, can I ask you a
helm of
question?
affairs. So, yeah.
Have you been to Finland before?
No.
Has anybody here been to Finland before?
No, I'm not sure. Take us there. Take us to where you're going.
Because another question is, I know Europe is, you know, they are more quick to take in action. What I'm wondering is, why are they aware in Finland that is making this broadcast?
Maybe
Yeah,
nobody has made a formal complaint. There has to be a
Yes,
formal
it's
complaint.
very surprising
how
in
would
the
you
whole
not?
of Finland that
Sorry,
he's
sorry.
doing this
Solely, what broadcast? In what way? Because they can't
in a
stop anybody
because he makes some provocative kind of
no,
broadcast,
no.
and this kind of broadcast can affect the daily life of an individual. It doesn't matter if it's local or or international. You are making broadcasts affecting the lives of people, and
Can you be a bit
it
specific?
is entering violent. you
Is there
know
any particular broadcast that you had him incite violence?
Okay, just look at it. Can we go to his YouTube channel and look at the titles of his videos?
My brother, what I'm
Just
going to say
just the
is this.
titles of his videos.
No, you see, forget the title of the videos.
It's usually burn them down, isn't it? Usually, yeah.
He has never.
So
Wait, sorry, let me tell you this. That's what I'm saying. That the one I heard him saying recently that if they're accusing him of that he's trying to, what he's doing will make IPOB. He was saying that some people are accusing him that what he's doing will make IPOB a target for being tagged the terrorist organization. Then he was saying that why, if he doesn't know what he's doing, why would he even endanger his own, his personal reputation
For
or
power.
safety, and also his
For
family?
power.
But
For
my point
power.
is this: for
For power.
my point.
The power is
It's a quarter of $1
intoxicating.
billion industry now, so it's not yam.
Mickey
One
Okota,
man, it
it's not
doesn't
about
matter. Those
Finland being
money, that
zoological
money.
republic of Nigeria. It's a civilized society, and you are inciting violence. It is not
Is
about being a
what
zoological republic.
But
what
why is
freedom of
why
press,
is
are you
YouTube
talking about?
why
freedom
is
freedom of
YouTube
speech in Europe.
Which violence are you
For
talking
why is
about?
criminalized
YouTube not
violence,
taking it down?
Why are you saying
Freedom of
things that
speech
you
there.
don't, you're not
Tony, up
even
to this
aware, you're
level,
not
up
sure?
to this level, if they do it in Germany, they will not hold him back.
Stop
No, they will not
saying,
hold him back so long he
wait
doesn't
now,
go to the
wait
street to
now.
fight.
Ah, ah,
You can't
They
say
Tony.
will not hold
things
him back.
that you're not
No,
sure
they
of.
have laws against hate speech in Germany, especially,
So, so
I
given their
know,
history.
I
why
know.
have
Yeah.
YouTube itself that have the strongest, that is so sensitive and everything, why have they not taken his videos down?
No,
So that's what listen.
YouTube does not take anybody's videos down. So
They
don't use that
do.
one as
They
judgment.
do.
They
They
do. What
do.
are you
No,
talking
Sorry,
about?
why are you talking like I don't sometimes I wonder how
no,
you
no, no.
guys
This
talk
kind
How
of
sometimes.
many
videos
times
are allowed. There are
has one
worse type.
man
I'm just saying there are worse
told
type
us
of
to watch
videos
what
on
we are
YouTube
saying here?
that
Yeah,
are
what
still
type
there,
of what?
that are
Have
still
you
running.
even the Simon Ekpa you're talking about? I don't think you've ever listened to his broadcast.
I
I don't
have.
think
It's
so.
very
You're
boring.
not everything. It seems like everything you're saying is based on speculation and assumptions. So if you go listen to his broadcast and you find anywhere where he told people to go and do this and that to anybody, then you can come out and maybe send that
But
link to
why are
one.
the Kano family recoiling from him, even warning him and
No,
what that they say is profiteering of the agitation?
yeah, it's the profiteering part. They were clear about it. It's the profiteer. They feel like there's just the way maybe you might be doing something and people are so much pleased, or maybe they're in support of what you're doing, then they will probably be sending you money, maybe apart from even the normal maybe donations that the organization do, but maybe they feel like he's maybe some of those benefits that maybe Mazinam Kanu or some of those supports that he was getting from some people voluntarily, so they might feel like he's now the one getting that.
So it's a money
Several,
fight, like I
there are
said. So
several
it's a money fight then.
there are several dynamics to it. But you see, in from what you read, they also mentioned that he was using he should stop using the picture or something like
The
that.
image,
So
yes, yeah.
the image. So I think that's why I'm telling you that there should be some kind of. I'm not from everything. I'm not saying that Simon
Is
Ekpa
it
does
or
not
is
have
it not a
anything.
money fight? Is it or is it not a money fight?
It's not a straight answer that you get with that one man, because it has several dynamics. Like I've told you that you cannot just tell this guy that has been broadcasting for years, even before they brought him into the struggle, to just make. Maybe you tell him to stop talking about Mazin Nnamdi Kanu, but it's no longer possible, because when Mazin Nnamdi Kanu came onto that space, he covered the entire narrative about Biafra and all that. So you cannot just tell this guy to stop mentioning Mazin Nnamdi Kanu's name, but he has always been talking about Nigerian government and the injustices and the corruption. He has always been talking about it for years. It's okay. When did IPOB, should I say Mazin Nnamdi Kanu, when did his popularity spread?
So if the
So
Kanu
much.
family are now distancing from them, it'll be very difficult then to still continue to insist, one, that is a disciple of Kanu when the family have said no, and two, that is agitating on behalf of Kanu, which the
No,
family have said no.
one man is like Abiola, maybe Awolowo, it's like the way an average Yoruba man will see, or a regular Yoruba man will see Awolowo as his hero. Maybe even if you have a
Me, I'm your
problem with,
me, I
wait
don't
now,
know
wait,
Awolowo.
wait. Even if maybe you have a quarrel with one of his offsprings or his children or grandchildren, and so you mean that child will come out tomorrow and say, okay, uh, don't use my father's name again, even in your political, people will say, okay, we are bad, but your father is not just for you anymore. Your father is for it's for the entire
Yeah,
Yoruba
but
state.
you cannot say he's agitating on behalf of Nnamdi Kanu or he's a disciple of Nnamdi Kanu if the family are saying that his politics and his pronouncements does not align with their family.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. That
Woman, CBD, please, woman. I guess that it is a 419 accusation. They are under duress to do so because they don't want. So they want to fight for Umnadu Kanu's release. So they will be playing that kind of game, which is very clever game. That they will say, okay, no, we have nothing to do with Samuel Ekpa, who is still propagating all this or still preaching whatever. So they will say that no, we don't know him. So they will tell the Nigerian government or the international community that maybe they don't want to distance themselves from that is 419. So let
it's
us.
also possible. It's
No,
also
hold on,
possible.
yeah, hold on, sir. So that is why. So it's just a 419 accusation. So they are not. So they are not serious with that, sir. So they are still with Samuel Ekpa.
One man,
Yes.
I can believe Tony too. I can believe, I can believe what Tony too is saying. That's a possibility.
No, all right.
It's just like
It's just
sorry,
the emphasis was on finances, though. That's just
exactly.
the main thing.
It's just like
Yeah,
recently.
they must find it. Yeah. They must find a reason. They must find a reason, sir. They must find a reason. Yes.
But
Yeah,
Tony,
Tony,
how long have
it's
you
just
spent in Germany?
but Tony, one man is white. You know why one man is white? Hey, because governor of Anambra State, he like Namkan better than Samuel Airport. Is that true? A fact? He does. The governor of Anambra State, he like Namkan better than Samuel Airport. He visited Namikano, but he hates Samuel Airport. So
How do you know he hates Simon Ekpa?
So one man is white.
the governor of what?
Anambra
Of
State.
Anambra. Okay.
Oh, it's Simon Ekpa. But he went there to visit him recently. So, but oh, you mean Simon Ekpa or Nnamdi Kanu?
No, he says he likes Nnamdi Kanu but hates Simon Ekpa.
Well, they don't want that. They feel like they are trying to. You must understand that one of the reasons that some of these politicians, because I believe that there are some political people in the East that also aided in the renditioning of Nnamdi Kanu. And one of the reasons they did that is to, die down that agitation and all that. So when they see Simon Ekpa who is still moving in the same tempo or a little bit lower, but still in the same, trajectory of Nnamdi Kanu, so they will have to they will definitely not like him because they've just fought to bring that agitation down and it's not working. So how will they like him? If they like him, people will stop following him. So that's why the people are still following him because they see clearly that he's the one that is still moving in that direction of Nnamdi Kanu. So, but that's why I'm saying that anybody, the family, as much as they can, I understand their concern, and we know you still need to respect the family. You can't say you love somebody and hate his family. So, but they need to be able to come to some kind of understanding about, but they should not also expect that people will not, follow, should I say, the legacy of Nnamdi Kanu just because of the ones that are blood related to him. Like recently, what's the name? Shehu Kuti. I had one of his interview. He was talking about, I don't know. He was saying Burna Boy should not be using the father, something like that. That is not Fela. That Fela has only one son. They have only biological children, something like that. So, but Burna Boy is going everywhere carrying the necklace of Fela's image on his neck and always paying tribute to him. So it's just like that. Your influence will definitely supersede your family relations. So that's how
All
it
right.
is.
All right, thank you, Sibidi. So thank you, Sibidi. Let's go on to Baba Akure, who I think we may have now, or maybe not. All right, let's go to DOJ then. D, are you there?
Yeah.
All right, brilliant. So D, event moving very fast. Also, we came into the announcement that the INEC has moved the primaries of their party forward. They've moved primaries. They've given them an additional 6 days. So very swiftly, APC has moved to move their primaries forward now by those 6 days. And also, Ikirimadu, he has gone to join Peter Obi in Labour Party. So everything recalibrating as we speak. So what are you making of that? APC set new dates for primaries. This is the latest development now. So they were the list ready of all of the parties in play, because the PDP primary to start off tomorrow, but APC now, they get this window of opportunity. Buhari goes to Equatorial Guinea, and then shortly after, the INEC announces they've moved the primaries. So that tells you that Buhari had already instructed them to move the primaries. That is what aligns with thought. So what are you making then of APC moving their primaries in tandem? So it's now June the 6th and June the 7th. So what are you making of that, GOG?
That shows us how confused and undecided that party is, because they've been extending and extending this thing, and I think by now, and I think this is the first election, things is this slow, and it's the confusion. And I think it's a bad thing. Even the president has to tell INEC to be moving date, and they are moving date. They should have just stick to wherever and allow the party to catch up with whatever they are doing to do the right thing. But now, most PDP primaries has been done already. So what opportunity do they have? So that means the president has influence on INEC, and that's the problem of fighting with the government of the day. So it's quite tricky when you have opposition power, and you are fighting a government of the day that has the power to control things. And I think it's sad, because I don't even know what APC is doing, to be honest. And that tells there's a lot going on in that party right now. And I'm just waiting to see who he's going to favor, to be honest. That's what I'm waiting for.
What does this bode for any thought of a free or fair election? So Buhari travels, and then immediately, and they've not done their primaries. They told us they were going to do it on their screening. They told us they were going to do it on the 23rd. That came and went, and they've still not done it. And we just yesterday, we were saying, how is it possible that with 3 days to the primaries, they've not even done screening? And then by today now, INEC tells us that they are moving the goalpost by 6 days. So that is to tell us that Buhari must have gotten wind of something before he left the country, because we're criticizing him for living at the most crucial part of his party's life history. But then, of course, he knew that he had already instructed INEC to move the goalpost. So if INEC moves the goalpost to facilitate for APC, what does that then tell us of what is coming in 2023 February?
That means, obviously, as it has always been, there is no guarantee it's going to be free and fair. They will probably rig, and they will probably, once the person he wants, because he said, which I don't think he should have even said that in the same situation. You shouldn't have said they should screen, then you will say who you want to support. You should have just leave the delegates to do their job. You put your vote for whoever you want to put your vote for, and whoever comes is your party. You just support the person, but you don't have to have one person that you want to favor. So obviously, to me, so if the person you favor comes in, you're going to rig election for the person, even though we all go out and vote for who we think is right for us as a nation. That means the president can actually make INEC change results, which is not the first time they've been doing it. So it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't really make any sense.
Should we just abandon this idea that we're having a democracy? Let's just, whoever is there, just stay there till death comes. What's the point in wasting all these billions only to arrive at an already predetermined position?
Exactly.
What's the sham? Nobody is fooled, so why are they doing
it? And the painful thing is, even the people that eventually accept, like people like Peter Obina that has moved to Labour, people like Showreda and other parties. So it just shows us that the main party in that country choose whoever they want for us. Not like we are the people choosing the person, because now you can put anybody there. We just have to now go out and vote for whoever you've put there, which I don't even see any sense in it, because I think there should be a way they screen people to get that ticket in a way that it still has to do with what people of the country want, not what the party choose. So I'm just waiting for all these primaries to end, and I think Nigerians will put their thinking cap and be sensible about how they
Do you think
vote.
we are already fatigued by the electoral process, and we don't even, and there's still months to come, and we're already fatigued? Are you not fatigued?
I'm tired. Like I said few days ago, I was saying every day you permutate. By the time you wake up the next day, there is another news in the space that is changing the whole narrative. So that's why I said I'm tired of even thinking about those guys. And I think this guy even having a third force is very important at the moment, because it just let us even concentrate more on probably one person or two other people. Because you think about this, by the time you wake up, they've changed something is already up. Like now I've been thinking, okay, APC will have their primaries too, PDP is already having their, and obviously 6 days extension. Why can't you meet up with the deadline? Why are you, and then why would you have that kind of control? And I think INEC as a body should actually be independent and not let, even if we've given you a deadline, that's the deadline. You as a party should now know how you speed up your process and do your things to meet up with the deadline, not somebody from the party controlling and determine when things end and things start. Or it's just crazy, and that shows how sad things are being run in that country and why we are really lacking behind.
PDP are enraged by this extension, DOG. They are enraged because their primaries is due to start tomorrow. So everything would have been geared up for the primary. So it's almost too late for them to move it. But then, of course, as we know, PDP, APC already had pre-knowledge of this, and they did not show any signs of being in a hurry to do any primaries. So with this move now that INEC has made, they've sort of caught PDP off guard, not giving them enough time to calibrate this now new position into their own politicking. So PDP now almost starting to hold their primaries by tomorrow, which then gives APC a week to counterweight whatever PDP decides. So we've seen Mahmoud Yakubu wearing an APC cap before, and it looks as though that cap is still on his head.
Yeah.
Yes, one man. Sorry, one man. You remember that you predicted that? No. I mean that you was wishing that they should take this their primary the same day. That was what you was suggesting, that if they can do it the same day, then there will be no cheating. Now they have pushed it forward, against your wish, because that would have been the best thing, that they do it the same day, like you suggested, that they should do it the same day then, so that there will be no need of cheating each other, But they didn't do it,
all right, thank you, Tony.
Thank you.
Go on, DOJ, and then I think HO wanted to come in as well. But to you,
for me, I think this just give the extension just give APC an edge over PDP, honestly, and it's actually unfair. And obviously, if you look into what is coming, this is what is going to happen. Everything that will happen to other parties will be unfair, and it will favor APC more, because who says PDP doesn't need more time? They need more time too, but they are trying to catch up with the deadline INEC has given. Which more reason?
Everybody is at their hotels, the rooms are booked, all the delegates are in town, everything ready for PDP to go tomorrow, and then just midday, in fact, PM on the eve, and then you move the dates.
It's quite crazy, and it shows us even how this government has been run for 8 years. So if you factor this to how decisions has been made in that country so far for the past 8 years, this tells us a lot too, because everybody needs time. If you give me deadline, I might need more time too. But I've arranged myself, I've planned to meet up with the deadline, but all of a sudden, in few hours to me trying to meet up with the deadline, extension now favors some other people that are going against me. I think it's really, really not done anywhere. It shouldn't happen. And I don't even trust INEC, honestly. I have never trusted INEC. I've seen INEC official bribing people in polling booths to thumbprint for a party and all that. So it's just the world we are in that country. And
all right, let HO come in. I think she wants to say something on that space. HO, you wanted to come in?
It's sad to know that INEC was supposed to be independent in running the affair, but from every indication, the president seems to be still controlling the affair. And it makes me wonder, what kind of election are we working towards to run in 2023 if the government of the day will be having the final say in almost every decision that's supposed to be an independent one made by the people of Nigeria to choose their next president to be able to change the situation of the country. So it just saddens one's heart when you see all these things that continue to play in our country every day.
It's almost too late because today now is the 28th. You know, depending on what day of the Saturday is when APC PDP are meant to have their primaries. So the 28th and the 29th. So by Sunday we should have known then who the PDP ticket carrier is. So they are all in town. Everything is geared up. So do they at this minute then move it? It was almost impossible for them to move it now.
Well, to me, INEC should be able to stand on their foot to know that people are in town, money has been spent, and they are ready, so that they should do it instead of this is extra day that they are adding to the cost of expense for each of the delegate and the political parties.
It's a travesty, but
and again, should we even be surprised? A country where somebody that came forth has been given,
and it's true.
So honestly, it's always a hopeless situation with Nigeria, with the government we have, and I just feel PDP don't have a choice. Why would they? Why would they want to? That's double expenses, isn't it? Moving now for another 6 days. Would the delegate go back to their destination and come back to the same place? So they will.
And all the bribe that the delegates got, that's cancelled though. If they come back in 1 week's time, they want another round
They'll
of
get
dollars.
another
you have to pay for the hotel again.
So don't worry about it. That $10,000 spent it. Bring another one.
I think they will just carry on with what they need to do, and everybody should just focus on what they need to do. But this situation is sad. It's sad because it just favors one party. I would understand if it was last week and all the party knows that, okay, not like they have is quarter, they are like few hours to their primaries, then you are giving some people edge over them in what they do, because whatever the outcome is gives APC a hedge on what decision they should make, So it's sad.
D, we treated this topic on this platform before, because this is not the first time that the idea was mooted that they move dates. But INEC was quite categorical. They said they cannot move dates because everything is sequenced to happen one as a consequence of the other. So if they've had to move a date, then that will affect the date. They've now moved the portal when people have to submit names. They've now moved it from the 10th to the 17th. So they told us that if they move a date, the cascading effects, the spill-on effects, is going to move every date. It's going to affect
every other date going forward.
So they said that about a week, 10 days ago. So what? The same organization that went to pressure them, and they said no, that the dates are sacrosanct. So now, about 3-4 p.m. on the eve of when PDP is meant to have its primaries, you move the dates.
These guys, and that's why I just think sometimes all these people, wherever they are, anywhere, all these institutions, they've been put there by the president, and none of these guys, they don't even think about every other people in that country. Everybody just think about themselves and what they want to achieve, which is quite sad. And honestly, so what kind of election are we going to even have? It just is it breaks my heart when I see situation like this. Just simple election, we can't even organize just normal election to be free and fair. People, how can you say independent electoral stuff and they can't even be independent? A president can just tell them, okay, shift the date, and they are shifting the date. And what happens to you standing on your ground and say, Mr. President, we've put this date, it doesn't look good if we move it. Let you people should do what you should. They have time, they are just buying themselves more time. They have time all along to do whatever they need to do. They should realize all this, the deadline, why they are collecting 100 million from everybody that wants to be an aspirant in the party. Now you are looking to shortlist over how many people. So why are you even accepting the money from all these guys initially? So it's just APC, to be honest, they are doing too much, and it has really killed the country. And for me, this election self doesn't even look as if it's gonna be free and fair. We
Nah,
can all see it all written. It's
go.
all written all over the wall now. Because
But
obviously, I believe. H, you want to say something?
yeah, there's nothing like free and fair now when we have to bribe delegate to select
That's the person exactly.
to
And
select.
again, you know what
So
was really
they are,
painful?
they've already told us what they are showing to us is the fact that if when they select these people for us, this is how they are still going to determine with money who rule us. So
Exactly.
when you look at this pattern of democracy in Nigeria, and we want to continue this way, we are going nowhere, because they are not going to come in to serve the people. They are still going to come in to run Nigeria as a business center.
Exactly. And the painful part again is, let's even look at, okay, let's say every individual in that country just ignore the two parties and vote for who they like. What's the guarantee your vote will count? Obviously, these guys are going to shank your vote aside and
It
put
didn't
whoever
count
they
in
want, announce whoever they want to
2019.
announce, you
Well,
know?
Let me give you the
I think
PDP.
it's possible for vote to count if what happened in Edo State can repeat itself generally in this next election. To me, if Nigeria people really want a change, if we want a change, the third force should be the one that we should focus on when all this is over, to be able to put things in the right perspective if we really want to get out of this mess we find ourselves.
Let me bring you PDP's response. Thank you, Echo. Let me bring you PDP's response to the INEC headline. PDP faults INEC's decision to shift party primaries by 6 days. The People's Democratic Party PDP on Friday criticized the decision of the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC to extend the deadline for party primaries by 6 days. The commission had earlier on Friday extended the primaries in a bid to give the parties enough time to prepare for the exercises. The PDP National Publicity Secretary Debo Ologun Nagba, who reacted to the development in a chat with correspondents at the Moshood Abiola Stadium, Abuja, accused INEC of altering the goalpost in the middle of the game, emphasizing that election certainty is the backbone of democracy. He said, the consequences will be grave for the country, and of course, we have to look at that. Ologun Nagba said, the bedrock of democracy is the certainty of elections and the fact that the rules are clear to every participant. You cannot shift the goalpost in the middle of the game. So that's just a snapshot, just the latest response from the PDP, who have been caught off guard by this move by INEC.
Exactly, because obviously it's more like a cock of the champagne for APC now, because I don't think PDP will at last minute now cancel their primaries. I think they will still go ahead with it, but obviously it gives APC a hedge over other parties, because why why wait till now if you think that it will be an extension? Why wait till today? Then why is it now when the president just left? So that is easy to just know what is going on, you know. So the president is leaving the country when he should be in with his party while they are going on with the primaries, but he traveled. Then obviously from nowhere, INEC came out and gave 6 days extension. They should have told people a week ago, oh, we are extending, not when some people have 3 hours to their primaries. So it's frustrating, honestly. I don't know. I don't know. Nigeria matters sometimes. You just think about it and you just. That's why sometimes I've been saying, me, I was permutating and permutating from month. I got to a point, I thought, okay, you know what? It's better to just wait, let them do their primaries. Because you wake up the next day is another news. By the time it gets to evening, you get another news. The next morning is another news. Due to this party, they are not even sure of what they are doing. So what else?
Let me bring you APC's response to INEC's announcement. So, breaking, APC shifts presidential primary election. The ruling All Progressive Congress APC has shifted its presidential primaries to June the 6th and June the 7th. The decision was reached moments after the Independent National Electoral Commission extended the deadline for political parties to conduct their primaries. After the massive pressure from the PDP and APC, political parties under the aegis of the Inter-Party Advisory Council had asked INEC for a 37 to 60 days extension of the deadline for primaries and the nomination of candidates, but the commission refused the plea. The electoral body, however, in a statement obtained by correspondents, granted the extension of 6 days for political parties to conclude their primary activities. APC had earlier fixed its presidential elections for Sunday, the 29th of May, at the Eagle Square in the Federal Capital Territory. So very quickly after INEC made the announcement, APC quickly announced that they've moved dates. So they didn't even have the chance to meet to discuss that. So fresh was the news. So that told you that they had already arranged, only to wait for INEC to make the announcement so that they can make the announcement after that. So they had foreknowledge.
And their statement is making it look as if it's both parties that asked for extension. Because even if you are really going to do your primaries on
all
Sunday,
parties, to be fair, sorry to interject you, to be fair, DOG, all parties did ask for the extension and INEC said no. But then every party then carried on the understanding that INEC had said no.
They said no.
But then at the last minute, they then said, okay, we changed our mind.
But
then this one then said, okay, then we move our date. So that told you that that tells you they have
APC, if they've said no and you fix it for Sunday and you don't have any hand in this, obviously some people should have been in hotel already too by now, because it's just Sunday. It's just tomorrow, isn't it? So that means they know what is going on, because they should have been preparing too. Because if PDP is having theirs today, so tomorrow, I know how primaries work. Every delegate would have been in the wherever they are having the location, in hotels and all that. Different meeting will be going on back and forth and all that. So why are you guys not on that move like PDP? Then hear the announcement, then announce. So, but everybody was laid back and waited for the announcement. Then you now came out and mentioned and say, "Oh, you've extended yours." Why other parties? So it's just unfair, because if you've said no, INEC have said no. So why are you coming when already people are making plans and they are already putting money and their time in place to go ahead with the primaries? Just to favor the president and his party. Just came to make this announcement. It's sad, and I don't even see how we are going forward in that country with election. Is it not the third or the sixth one now? And we are not even getting better with it. I think we should be improving, but sadly, Buhari has come to take us backward, times 100 times backward from where we started from.
All right, thank you, DOG. So let's see if Babakure is there. We've tried him about 3 times. Are you there, Babakure? All right, we don't appear to have Babakure today. So thank you, Babakure. We did try to come to you, but let's go on to HO. So HO, let's take you then to the space. This is a narrative that goes back to 2015, and a lot of people, of course, are of the understanding that Rotimi Amechi effectively liquidated River State to cascade the economy of that state into Buhari's campaign. So I want my money back is what WIKE is saying. Supreme Court dismisses Amechi's appeal to stop 96 billion naira fraud probe by WIKE. So WIKE instituting the case then against Amechi. So he sold everything that state had to cascade it into Buhari's administration. These are just some of the things that Rotimi Amechi sold. It says the list of valuable assets include Omoku gas turbine, Afam gas turbine, Trans Amadi gas turbine, Eleme gas turbine, Olympia Hotel, and the award of contracts for execution of a monorail project. So all of that money, 96 billion naira, are stolen from River State. So what are you then making then of this throwback lawsuits? And how does this even affect Rotimi Amechi's presidential ambitions? All of that, HO.
So why is he asking for the court? Why is he asking that he shouldn't be probed if his hand is clean?
He's claiming it's a political witch hunt.
No, if his hand is clean, that he didn't have nothing to do with that money, then why is he asking the court to drop the charges?
This is it.
Because he is the one who came out to tell us, I think in 2015, that if we don't stone them, they will not stop stealing, right? So that means he stole that money and he should refund the money back to the state. Full stop. Then if his hand is clean, he should go to the court to clear himself. It's so sad what they are doing with our money.
All right. This somewhat a bit of a good news. I'm not sure how you are digesting this, HO. Senator Aishatu beats Ribadu, ex-governor, to win APC Adamawa GUBER ticket. So this seems to be the first time that any real serious candidate of a female persuasion has a real chance of becoming a governor within the Nigerian space. If you think that Nigeria is roughly 51% thereabout female, we've never really had any elected female in any real senior political position. It looks as though this is about to be corrected. Senator Aishatu beat Ribadu to win APC Adamawa gubernatorial ticket. So what are you then making of that as a gender development, HO?
Whether it's a good one in a good direction, if only she will not come in to play the same politics the men have been playing in our atmosphere for some long time now. I wish she would come and make a big difference.
You know, as much as I detest APC, I want that woman to win just to break that glass ceiling, just so we can have Her Excellency. It's always His Excellency. Maybe the first time we have Her Excellency. So that'll be a good thing to happen. But to the Nnamdi Kanu Simon Ekpa space, seized and deceased is the letter sent to Simon Ekpa. You are robbing too much using our name, is what Kanu's family are saying. What are you then making of this contretemps between the two Eastern juggernauts?
Well, I think Kanu came to stand for...
which one? Okay, sorry, continue. Eastern juggernaut.
Is that not? I don't know the juggernauts. The Nnamdi Kanu is juggernaut, and Simon Ekpa now is jogging, but not nothing yet.
I think Kanu came to speak for an organization which is the Biafra family, and I think that's what Samuel Ekpa is following suit. So it's not, Kano is not, he came into a space, an organization. So the family coming, except they are not asking Samuel Ekpa not to speak about Biafra as a family. But there's no way you can remove Nnamdi Kanu out of that space, because that is what Biafra stands for.
Do you believe in Simon Ekpa's message, HO, or do you think it's just really in it for the money?
Well, I don't think it's in for the money, just in for the organization. And since the organization entails using money to run it, so money must exchange hand in that space as long as they continue to operate there.
One man, can you tell HO the amount of money, please?
It's $250 million.
Do we know what was coming in when Kano was there?
Yes. Now, if we look at the mass that is the IPOB space, and we look at the
one man.
Hold on. No, let me land it first. If we look at the mass that is the IPOB space, a followership of about roughly 1.5 million thereabout, and if you look at the demography of the people who are on average first degree holders, and if you look at where they are spread all over the in terms of their base, they are essentially diasporians. So you have a professional class diasporic followership who are paying monthly subscriptions. So on average, that organization is taking some $5 million, if not 10 per month. X0, you wanted to say?
Well, one man, I just wanted to say I will join back when I'm at home. So I put my phone on charge because my battery is almost dying. But I want to tell you that now that my prediction has come to pass, that Obi is in Labour Party, what are you going to give to me now? Aren't you going to congratulate me?
I'll give you a well done for stating the obvious.
We congratulate you, X0.
Yeah, okay. The obvious.
Black League, are you there? Black League there?
Black League is not there.
It's DOG.
Who is that? DOG. Okay, DOG. You know, I was saying it here that Obi is going to.
One man, I'm ready.
Yeah, Baba, I've been trying to come to you all the way. Yeah. But
so one man, you should be giving us our what's it called?
Due respect.
Accolades.
Yes,
our due respect. When we talk, you listen now.
We'll send the shakole. We'll send the shakole to you.
Look at that. I was expecting you to be the first thing to be, pumping chest.
I was at an event. I'm going home now. So once I put my phone on the charge, I will come back in. Okay, just reserve one space for me. I need to enjoy this night.
All right, don't worry. But is it a victory? It's the thing. Somebody rejected by Kwakwanso, then finding himself in the small room.
You see your story now. Your story is changing every day.
Look at
your story is changing every day.
Right.
You need to come back. You need to come back though, because some things
I will. I will.
I want to say
in the next 10-20 minutes, I will be back. Okay.
All right. We look forward to that. So back to you, HO. HO, round of your thoughts, and then we'll go to Baba Akure, who we've been trying to hear from.
Baba Akure has been eating pando in the corner.
You look at that. The chicks get rosier every single day. But yes, back to you, HO.
To me, the thing is there are just too many disorganization in all these different groups that are trying to ask for their freedom, and there's no way they can get what they are looking for if they don't make up their mind to work together. So I don't really know. I'm not 100% sure if it is Nnamdi Kanu's family that is writing to Samuel Ekpa, but there should be a better way for them to resolve that by calling themselves and have a private discussion and see how they can work together for what.
Do you think they're just fed up of him? Because, I mean, that guy is making a fantastical amount of money from that space, because he has also gotten himself these monthly stipends that the IPOB space was getting from followers. They're just throwing money at him, and today the Eastern spaces, and Nnamdi Kanu's the IPOB movement, they are seeing how much money this guy is making, and they want to cut it off.
Well, the thing is, I think the organization do have an account before Nnamdi Kanu was adopted. Does AMAECHI have access to that account?
No, but he has access to where the money that is coming into the account.
Or did you open another account to receive this money they are talking about?
I think he was. I think one man is
stealing customers. Stealing customers.
I think he's referring to that voluntary. You know that voluntary thank you money that we appreciate money.
It's stealing customers.
But one man, isn't that the same account? They changed the signatory the few months. Was it a few months ago that we talked about it here?
The whole thing is enmeshed in dodgy money and dodgy financial dealings.
The lady took over.
I don't think you people can notice what one man is saying. He's saying that this is just a subscription service.
Is it not? It is now.
Oh, God.
He's playing them for Mugu.
You know, look at the guy is just it's now.
But
you see,
honestly,
his clothes has gotten more expensive. He's buying more artwork. You know,
slowly.
Like a church.
I think aside the money, I think a lot of things going on has to do with his court case too.
Which court case?
Nnamdi Kanu court case, because obviously the lawyers will be using it against him. Like,
okay, they want to temper the narrative down.
Yeah, of his name in the space and all that.
And
that's why they think they brought up the question of it, saying, stop putting his face, his name in everything you say and all that. Because obviously, if you are saying they've locked you up, but there are people out there saying they are your disciple, and almost every statement they make, your name still come out of it. It affects your case in a way. And with the way Nigeria works, they will use everything they have against you. So that might be part of it too.
Sorry, one man. I was also going to say that's the reason why I was saying that they should be able to have that understanding with the family, because I feel like there's something that the family probably are trying to do, that they need to put that letter out there. So he should be able to. Simon Ekpa himself should be able to, relate to the family. There should be compromises, and like what I had Mayego say sometime, is a very good idea. They should look into that,
I think if Ekpa is genuine, too, it should reach out to
did you
the family.
See the comments
they should be able to.
Is it from Canadio? I saw it's a mischief maker, Canadio.
Canadio is from Oyo Alafin, so there's no problem.
It's not from Oyo Alafin. It's from Ekiti, I'm sure.
Yeah, so they should be able to, like what Maego was suggesting. I think they should take it serious somehow. They should be able to also, with all this.
What was he suggesting? We don't know what he's suggesting. You're assuming that we all know.
Sorry. I thought we know, but I think he was suggesting that, with all these people, all these criminal groups, and all these people committing all these atrocities in the name of trying to maybe use the name of agitations, they should be able to even do some citizens arrest. They should be able to, just go after these guys and try to clear their,
What is that? What was it? What was Mario talking about?
Yeah, citizens arrest. You go and citizens arrest somebody carrying AK-47.
IPOB should be able to.
You know what they call Aaron Ogun? Do you know what they call Aaron Ogun? Look at this guy.
When they pray for you,
citizens arrest somebody carrying go and arrest citizen arrest somebody called carrying AK-47, and you find out what Aaron Ogun is.
But they should be able now to, you get my point. So they should not allow these guys to just use their criminal activities to, to cover the narrative of that space. I think that was what Maego was trying to say. So, yeah, they should be able to separate themselves, even if they need to do citizens arrest, if they need to, whatever, they should do it and make sure that these guys will not, tarnish the. And anything that inside, even when they're talking about this sit at home, I think Simon Ekpa, to be honest with you, I know some people have also suggested to him, they should always insist on those guys that it should be only a voluntary, activity.
But Nnamdi Kanu is supposed to sit at home.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Is they should go. They should not even do it anymore because Nnamdi Kanu is no longer in
EPA
supporting.
is four sit at home.
I think ever since Nnamdi Kanu, that thing came out that Soludo said Nnamdi Kanu has condemned the sit at home. I don't think Simon Ekpa has pushed about it anymore.
So you see, is forming a rival group. Is it not really?
No, but if he has not done anything contrary to what Nnamdi Kanu is saying, then I wouldn't call it that. I wouldn't call it that. So I think they should be able to have that understanding, synergy, and play the game more tactically because these people are trying to just change the narrative. They say the first victim in every war is the truth. So they should be able to read between the lines.
All right. Thank you. So thank you, Isibide, and thank you, Echo. Echo, let me go on to Baba Akure, who has been patiently waiting for his turn. So Baba Akure, just a lot of things to go through. So INEC, they moved the date of the election. PDP meant to hold their primaries tomorrow, but they announced yesterday now, just around about 4 p.m., that suddenly they've moved. Or at least they've facilitated for an additional 6 days for the primaries. So PDP caught off guard somewhat, and they are annoyed. APC very quickly moved their primaries to include the extension that INEC has now facilitated for. So, Baba Akure, do you think it is now time for us to drop that independent from that INEC name? So it's not there because there's no show that it's an independent organization. All of that, Baba Akure.
Yeah, good night, good morning, good evening, everybody, wherever you are. Thank you for having me. To start with, I think INEC should be independent and they should be firm in their decisions. I know that Professor Jan Legoko said that he's very contented, he's very okay with them shifting it for another six days. The timetable is there already. It has been there, not just 1 month, not 2 months, not 3 months, not 4 months. It has been there for a very long time. I think since last year, the INEC department has been talking to all these political parties, the timetable and their timelines. But now, shifting it for another 6 days, to me, it doesn't really make any sense to me. It means that all what these people are doing, they are just doing for their own selfish interest, not for the masses. Because you cannot say because one political party came to you, they need more time. Meanwhile, they had all the time in this world to have put their house together, but they didn't do it. Then they requested for another 6 days so that they can perfect their whatever they want to do. But my question now is that even giving them that 6 days, does it really mean that they are going to select a good candidate? Does it really mean that? To me, I don't see it to be okay. I think it is very independent. I mean, INEC should be independent. So if we are seeing this now, just for primary, and they are shifting goalposts, you can imagine what is going to happen during election. Maybe they will have one story or the other to tell us that, oh, well, we are not going to have an election in February next year. Okay, we are going to move it to June. Because as we are seeing things now, they can do or not do. They can say, oh, well, because of security challenges in this country, I'm very sorry, we won't be able to have election. So they will continue shifting goalposts, which we already been hearing from so-called some people who call themselves statesmen, that Buhari can stay for another
4 years. There was one of the something clerks from the creeks that was asking Buhari to stay for another 4 years.
Okay, because he is benefiting from the loot. Because I don't know how somebody in his right senses will say that with what we've experienced in Nigeria. So go back to the issue of INEC. I think If they start compromising in little things right now, so how are we going to ensure that the election is going to be fair and free and fair? Even that's why the fact that they are planning to transmit it through electronic method. How are we sure that it's going to be transparency? So that is my take on that. I think it is very bad. When you set your timetable, you've already give them enough time. You should be strictly stay on that so that the people will believe in you. They will have confidence in what you are doing. But with this, I don't think we really have confidence in them.
But time will tell anyway. Do you think this is shaping up to be an even worse election than 2019, which we thought it couldn't get worse? But do you think this was shaping up to be a worse election than 2019?
I'm not going to say that. If they can really manage that electronic transmission of votes, I think it will be a little bit much more better. But in terms of security wise, I don't think it's going to be worse more than 2019. And when you're talking about the security challenges, I think in that aspect it will be worse more than that of 2019. But if we can stick with this electronic transmission of votes, I think it will a little bit curb the issue of manipulation of results.
You know what will happen with that electronic transmission of results? They will blame network problem, blame the telecom.
That is exactly what I want to say.
And then they will rig it anyway. They will say, no, it's the network problem. The network was bad. The signal, I couldn't get signal. I got one bar,
And one man, let me just gist you, right? They can just send their thugs there and take and just ransack the whole place and take the whole electronic machine. In fact, like you said, we might even get it worse more than 2019 because these people they really mean business. I think God will save us in Nigeria.
But funny enough,
there is nothing in the process so far that inspires confidence.
They can send their thugs to go and take up the machine.
Yeah. Then again, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, perfectly.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. If you remember, the argument with the people that doesn't want electronic stuff was because they say, network. But obviously, even if there is network issue, once you get to wherever network is, the result will pop up. So should that be an excuse truly if the network issue is not making them use the electronic? Because that's what INEC used to back themselves up. Like, even if there is network issue, once they get to where there is network, all the results will come up. So should that be an excuse in a way should that be a loophole for an excuse exactly to say, there was no network, so we resolving using thumb printing or whatever they want to use?
Well, for that, if that is the question, or you are just making a statement, I think
it's like a question. Should that be enough excuse when elections start to say, there was no network, so we resolve back to using thumb printing? Because INEC really backed themselves up when they went to counter the people in the
House of Senate.
House of Senate, like, it's not a problem. If there is no network, it will still count when they get to where there is network.
And INEC believe that they can conduct it with that transmitting the voters from
results,
results from from the polling booth. But the question is that these people have been trying to manipulate, trying all their way to go every other means to go back to the old ways. Like, network is not going to work properly, and giving different excuses, like you said. But even though INEC backed themselves up that they should not worry about that, we are capable of transmitting the result from the polling booth directly to the database of INEC. But these people, they can do and undo, like I rightly said. They can send their thugs there. to go and take the machine away. Or it might be okay. Well, one day we just see that they boggled the INEC office and they took away the machine. Then they have to resort in thumb printing. If like I said, it's only God can save us in Nigeria.
What even tells us the materials have not been tampered with, because they said they were moving. They said they were moving materials up and down. And I remember back in the days, there are some places, even if election is Thursday, they're already thumb printing since Thursday.
That's
to
right.
go and add to the ballot, So if they've been moving, because I don't see why, if the guy is not going to leave the place, you force him to leave. But why are you going to move the material of an election that has a lot to do with people's life and move it away from a location? I think transporting, in the midst of transportation, a lot could go on with those materials.
Exactly. You are very, very correct in that. Because, remember, they can thumb print. It's this thumb printing. They will see thumb print. But it's just that when you can't write there, you transmit it right away. So anything can still happen. They can buy their ballot paper and put it in their room and start thumb printing. Then when that day comes, they just send their thugs to go and scatter the whole polling booth and replace the one they've already thumb printed. Replace it with the one that is there and take the one.
Should they not be thumb printing on a tablet though?
Okay.
So they remove paper completely from the process.
Yes, if they do that, I think you have a very good idea of what would have been the best. If they do that way, I think that will not really cover it too, but it will be much more better than thumb printing. Then you transmit the results from the polling booth to the database of INEC.
Because if they are thumb printing on a tablet and that tablet is electronically linked to a server, which hopefully they have now, which they told us they didn't have in 2019, even you don't have to transmit any. As soon as your thumb printing is registering,
exactly,
and that's where it's registering. All the journalists are there, so they are seeing the numbers coming in. So it makes it even harder for them to. But then, of course,
Yeah, but is that not why it's electronic? It should be thumb printing on the tablet.
On a tablet.
But my problem again with this election is, when one of these guys came out and saying the voters registration, they say it was like 40% that was valid or something.
So they are already building up the narrative for rigging,
that it was 40% registration that was valid. Then again, I saw on social media that they were sharing some link for people to go and register for their PVC or so. So if you as an INEC official is coming out to tell us, a lot of people that are registered, it's only 40% that is validated, that is valid in their registration. So that means a lot of people have PVC in their hand right now that they can't even vote when election day comes. So how are you trying to solve those scenarios?
But when Tinubu was saying the PVC has expired, they were throwing stones at him.
Yes.
So me, I'm thinking, is that not those are the things INEC should be working on and not even listening to anybody about extension if you have totally refused extending?
Exactly.
Baba Kure, sorry, woman, we are getting it wrong.
Okay.
The thumb printing will still be manual. Is the transferring of the result that will be electronic.
Okay.
So the thumb printing is gonna still be on paper, but after counting the results, then the result will be transmitted electronically. So that's
what's the difference from what was happening before?
Yeah, that is what we are saying too. That's what
we are saying. So there's no difference.
We are saying
because
no. Before they are not transmitting it electronically. They will write the results and take it to the collation center manually. But now they will be sending it electronically to the collation center before taking the manual one.
Okay,
so
Thomas,
it's quite different.
Thomas, what we are discussing here is that maybe you don't really understand it correctly. I could be wrong as well. What we are saying is that we are not saying that it's not going to be transmitted electronically, but we are discussing about the loopholes that can still affect that transmitting of a voter's result from the polling station to the database of INEC. Remember, you are thumb printing. I am saying they can still send their thug, having been thumb printed in their own house, fill so many ballot boxes, and tell their thugs, give them guns, go to polling booth, scatter those people who are voting over there, replace the ballot box, the one they've already voted in their room, bring it to the polling station, put it down there, remove the one that is there, and take it away. So it will still go back to the same way. It is the result they can't hear, they are going to transmit. I think if you get what I'm saying.
All right.
We are talking about the loopholes that is even still that we can still see in this issue of transmitting of voters result to the database.
I just want you to clear me. Is what Thomas saying the real fact about this electronic?
I don't know that to be the fact, but I don't know it to be wrong either. So that's why I didn't say anything. But I don't know. But if they are not doing it on the tablets, then the whole thing is a nonsense.
It's nonsense then, because that means what are we talking about electronics all these months about electronics? That means it's rubbish. I don't know if Ajay just came on whether he agrees with what Thomas is saying too. Because I'm not sure that's the thing. I think it should be thumb printing on the tablet. Then it's automatically.
I think that'd be the best idea.
But if you are still using paper, what's the point of all this argument that we're having?
Because they can still manipulate it. They manipulate it. You want to transmit the result. Some people can still thumb print 10 at a time. They can give ballot paper to one party agent and just go to one corner and start thumb printing. Thumb printing, is that? Do you have any integrity in that? No. Because the same.
Can I come in? Woman.
Yeah, come in, Tony. Yeah.
Yeah. So I consider you yourself. You don't cool down. Say you don't tire you. Eh? The situation don't tire me. You know. Yeah. It don't tire me. The way Baba Kurejari talk and like all those talks will come, shoot guns in the air and all those kind of. That is totally animalistic. I mean, I don't know what is wrong with us. Why we can't just get nothing right? We can't even get delegates right. We can't get this right. We can't get that right. So where are we going? I want to give me answer.
The election is shaping up to be the worst we have ever had. Because INEC does not look like they know what they are doing. APC does not look like it knows what it's doing. PDP certainly does not know what it's doing from PDP to be narrative. So there's nothing you can be we are not filled with confidence that this thing is in hand by people who know what they are doing. There's no indication that anybody knows what they're doing.
They're very frustrating. So frustrating, huh?
It's a mess.
Oh man, did you see that? Did you see that interview speech that Wike was giving, and he just pointed to some people somewhere and told the police to go and arrest them because they are making noise. Imagine when that man, if that man becomes, he just say go and arrest those people, man.
Imagine but is that not what they all do? Do you remember the press conference by Fani Kayode that some journalists asked him a wrong question and he told his orderly to go and beat him up?
Yeah.
Right there. Do you remember that, Ababa Akure?
Yes.
I remember that story also. I remember. So I'm just wondering if someone like WIKE'S there, are you sure this your platform will still be? He will just tell the British, to help them bring that man called one man.
Don't worry. Don't worry.
You say help me bring one man.
They will bring you first. So we are all in the breakfast as your champion will say. Breakfast. But Baba Akure, let me take you to a different space. That Peter Obi narrative, we discussed it at length just at the last session. Wondering where he's going to park his much vaunted supposed popularity, but it looks as though now the Instagram babe called Peter Obi has landed at Labour Party. Was this your expectation? And what do you think he will profit from there, Baba Akure?
I think in DBC is it was it in DBC?
In CBD.
I think whatever he says, I will have to go with him, because it seems he is getting right information from right angle.
No, that was X0.
Oh, it was X0. Okay.
Yeah.
X0 said
in CBD never gets anything right.
For the past few days, I think his information is always genuine and correct. Because I think he mentioned yesterday, though I was listening at the background, he mentioned that Peter Obi is going to go to Labour Party. However, I know that some people said, oh, he should have gone to APGA and this, and like Professor Ajaleko mentioned. I think going to APGA would not have been the best option for him. I think Labour Party is a little bit better than APGA, because APGA is a regional, we can say regional party. But the Labour Party is not. They may not have a governor or have a representative, but it is spread across Nigeria. Now, I think Peter Obi may have a very big chance, and in the sense that people like Agbakoba, Femi Falana, Atahu Jiga, and some other prominent people like that. They are forming third force, and it happens that this Labour Party seems that they are all of them going to merge into that metamorphosis into that Labour Party. That could be the reason why Peter Obi just or you never can tell. Maybe those people already see what is going on, and they just you just come to this party and we will support you, because based on what I made to understand. These people are trying to canvass some other little parties, join them together and make a third force. So if that is the case, you never can tell. Peter Obi may eventually be the president of Nigeria. To me, I'm not going to doubt that based on the calculation that is going on right now. That is my own take.
Baba Akure, what are you making of the Igbo exodus from PDP? So as soon as Peter Obi left, they all packed their red caps and they left the place. Ikerimedo has left to go and join Peter Obi in our Labour Party.
Okay.
Abaribe has left. I'm not quite sure where his destination is.
Okay.
And really, all the senior voices in the PDP, they're all the senior Eastern voices in the PDP. They are all living, and you have to say, in sympathy with Peter Obi's move. Is this a cleansing, an evil cleansing in the PDP?
One man, let me tell you something, right? Like me, I'm not Peter Obi's fan, but I just tell you what I'm reading from here too. Because all politicians, they are all the same. They are all thieves. It doesn't really matter if that Peter Obi or whoever. Because some people are saying, oh, he never did this, you want to trust politicians, right? Even in the Western world, politicians are all the same. So let's forget about that part. Now, remember, Southwest are saying that, some elder statement in the Southwest. They say, well, it is Igbo turn. When you go to Middle Belt, they say, it is supposed to be Igbo turn. Then when you go to East, they say it is Igbo turn. So South in general, in the southern part of Nigeria, they say, it is Igbo time. Let's just say now. Let's say Tinubu did not get tickets, right? Let's say Tinubu did not get tickets for APC. Then maybe AMAECHI get the tickets. Then Atiku, as we are reading it to read, get the tickets. So what do you think is going to happen? So technically, all these people that have been clamoring that they want it's supposed to be Igbo turn, that is where they will go. That Labour Party, that is where everybody will go. And you see this Femi Falana, what's the name of this man? Agbakoba and Professor Atahu Jiga and all those people. I am telling you, with this small party that convert themselves together, that is where they are going to go. So before you know what's happening, you just see the narrative change.
So
let's continue reading.
So it's red caps and yellow Gary all round at Labour Party now.
So let's okay, now look at this. Like a Kremadu left PDP and all those people left PDP. Just wait. Let Atiku get the ticket, and let the ticket miss Tinubu. Then you will now see.
Baba Akure, leave even those Kremadu and even Peter Obi to some extent. And someone for the fact that Abaribi, do you know who is Abaribi in the East? One man.
You don't need to tell me.
He's a big. He's one of the names that I respect. Abaribe, Soludo, those are the names I respect.
Yeah. So
I'm telling you, if Abaribe tells the East, how everybody go out from PDP, I'm telling you, I'm not talking about politicians. The masses, they will all leave PDP. So
let's just wait until when they finish their primary, then you will now see. But these people, they know what is going on. They read better than us because we are not politicians. We are just reading on the surface. So, and I think Esiro may be better understanding of. He has better understanding than us.
Yes, this is. Don't say that too loudly, because it's coming back now. We will not be able. His head is big already, so.
Baba Akure, I agree with that your thought, though. You see, things will change after the primaries of the PDP and APC. And like, for example, like you said, if Tinubu did not get a ticket and Atiku gets the ticket in PDP, it will change the narrative a bit. And I think it will favor Peter Obi's move. And for me, I don't even see why people want Peter Obi to go and join Abga, because Abga is people. They will work for him, So fingers crossed, though. But I agree with that thought, though. I agree.
All right. So Baba Akure, let me take you to another talking point. Buhari has now given a direct instruction to Abdullahi Adamu to prune the presidential aspirants in the APC down to 10. So they have 28 people at the moment, but by the time he gets back from holidays or wherever he is, he claims to be on a seminar, Buhari wants a list of 10 and he will pick one from that 10. So what are you making of this directive? Ajane Koko insists that it's anti-democratic, but I feel that the field is too busy with people like Tunde Bakari and just empty noise, a lot of them. So he wants a list of 10. So is this the right thing to do? And then he says he will pick one, but is that also democratic? All of that, Baba Akure.
Well, thank you for that question. I think, to me, I will say it is a good idea in the sense that because, like you said, it is too busy having 28 candidates, aspirants going for the one ticket. I think it's too busy, and I think it will keep them on their toe. So, giving them a mandate to have just 10 candidates, I think it's 10 aspirants. I think is the best bet. But for him to say that he will support, I don't know if it is you make it up or that was what he said. For him to say that, okay, well, I will decide who I will pick one out of them. That is
no. That's what he said. That's what he said.
Yeah, that part is not. Shouldn't have said that. But for them to cut it down to 10, that is okay. But I will then when I come back, I will support one out of 10. That is out of touch. You shouldn't have said that.
This is the headline, Baba Akure. It says Buhari directs Adamu to prune APC presidential aspirants to 10 to name successor afterwards. So give me a list of 10 and I'll pick one, essentially.
So but I think that is a very wrong move. So
in a democracy, by the way, in a democracy.
Giving them instruction to cut it down to 10, that's a very good idea. But like I said, telling them that, okay, then you will pick one out of them, that is, you should have just leave that 10. If he said, okay, well, cut it down to 5, well, that is still okay. Let those 5 go to the field. It is who you want to support. So then, but like saying it publicly that you want to support one out of 10, that is not good.
One man, please, sir. One man, please, sir. Please, just very little bit. Baba Akure, You are in Canada. You shouldn't be supporting that a president should be coming to influence the political process at all. This guy should have hide his face. Whoever is the president should hide his or her face. One man is in England. I'm here also. This, but they don't interfere. Then they said they will be shaking. Look at Trudeau last time. Than Justin Trudeau. When it was, you see, it was about losing the election, but he didn't go and influence. That's what we're saying. This is just terrible that we also encouraging people to continue. What is meaning of trimming down to 10 being encouraged? You know, being encouraged. No, they shouldn't interfere at all. Thank you, sir.
Okay, now you see, Buhari is the I would say maybe leader of the party right now. He can tell them, well, I think the best thing for us to do is to have just 10 aspirants among these 28. Where I will not support him is if he is trying to influence, which he has already done anyway, like influencing INEC timetable. That is the part that I will not support, because he is interfering with other party. So, but based on his own party, okay, well, we only want 10. That's okay. So if that answers your question, that is my own opinion anyway.
No, that he will come and pick one later, and then we are sanctioning them. The fact remains that this election should not hold place because it should not take place. That we should also look for that topic. I think one man should be looking for that topic to be discussing here
don't worry. Let me pick the topic, but
okay.
it's at your discretion if it's for you or not. But let me pick the topics.
I'm not suggesting that. I'm just saying that probably if you have other topic also, you'll be bringing it up. You know, we are also happy to prepare your
No, that's
page.
fine. It's essentially it's a political discussion platform, which is based on Nigerian politics. So what else will we be talking about other than, and we do sometimes human interest occasionally, but essentially it's a political. But Baba Akure, just allow a small window. This chap, some tech, he says he has an expert knowledge of how the Nigerian electoral process works, haven't worked within that space. So he wants to give us an inside understanding on the workings of Nigerian politics. So some tech, let's hear from you. Some tech space.
Hello, good evening.
Yeah. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah.
Hello, good evening.
Carry on. Good evening. We can hear you. Carry on.
Hello, good evening. Can you hear me, one man?
We can hear you. If you
We
can hear me.
you. Carry on.
Nigerian
all right. It's from Afghanistan. Are you in Afghanistan or something? What's going on?
Not
all right. All right. This is
Wama, good morning.
Good morning, Peace.
I was watching your last night's session. I couldn't because I was carrying my son, but just he was crying all night, so I couldn't join the section. Anyway, I just woke up. I met Baba Akure analogy about how people are jumping from party, how they're going to make Labour Party great again, like Trump Party, which is funny to me because we all have our opinion and we all like to assume in Nigeria that things will just work the way we think or try to say it. Any of that is going to Labour Party is going to labor in vain. That's just the simple truth.
You've been waiting to use that line, haven't you? Look at this guy. Are you not doing rehearsal before coming on? You're doing rehearsal. Look at this guy.
No, the truth of the matter is people are shouting that be left Labour. And my good friend in CBD that I follow for bumper to bumper, I will always follow him that once I better say Igbo should leave the party, PDP, all of them will leave. Peter Obi left. Nobody has left. I better be run to Africa. Hold on.
Wild assertions without
hold on. It's not what assertion.
My God. Hold on. Baba Akure has the floor, and Baba Akure doesn't like nonsense. So
hold on.
I don't even want to say anything.
Okay. So sorry, CBD. Let World Peace have its insertion so we can get back to Baba Akure because we are now in late hours.
Yeah.
You can't say nobody has left now. That is a why.
No, we've already said now. Ekweremadu left to join Peter Obi in Labour, and Abaribe left to go back to Abga.
Yes, those one left because they didn't get ticket. They didn't leave because Peter Obi left there. They want to make the Igbo committee to get the presidency, or to show that
you don't think Senator Abaribe would have gotten the ticket for Abia State? Who will get
he didn't get it. He didn't get it. That's why he left.
All right.
He didn't get it. That's why he left.
So losers.
So they are living for their greedy interest, individual interest. When you start acting individually, they will not make.
One man, you know what is you need to be reasonable and you need to be analytical. What you come here to say sometimes is like you don't think it through. You don't think it through.
No, hold on. Play the ball, not the man. Play the ball, not the man.
He just came in. No. I have to be. I have to
allow you. Allow you express your feelings.
Don't get emotional. You know, I'm going to have to make the decision that if in CBD is on, I won't let World Peace on, and if World Peace is on, I won't, because the squabbling, you know.
No, but it's Exero talking now. It's Exero talking now. The problem I see in World Peace is that you don't want to give reason a chance. You are rather antagonizing. A man moved from a party. Everybody said, "Oh, he's not going to be president anyway. No party is going to accept him." Eventually, he gets a presidential ticket, or he's probably getting a ticket from another party. Now, the problem now is laboring in vain. Why are you so antagonistic?
He's not impressed now. That's his opinion. He's entitled now.
Yes, but you can have your opinion, but you cannot say a man labors in vain. If they tell you that all your labor is in vain, how would you feel?
Listen, that's his opinion now. Peter Obi is a public figure, so he will get the lashing now. It's a public figure.
That's why he's called. Are we not public figures?
Zero. Yeah. Magaraka came here 2 days ago. He said something. You have not even finished his statement. You counter him. You know, when we talk about Tinubu here, Sheki Daddy, you laugh. You don't get emotional. We talk about other people. You don't get emotional. It's politics. I'm speaking for what is public domain.
May God bless you. May God bless you for that statement. We can't get
peaceful, enjoyable conversation with Baba.
When hold on. When Tinubu when Tinubu is talking, Thomas, when Tinubu was talking, was he not shaking? And we said this man is not well. But Peter Obi moved from.
You have his medical records?
I didn't say he's not well. I just said he's shaking.
All right, sorry. I don't want to go. It's because we're in deep hours now. So let's get back to Baba Kure. Hold on, let's get back to Baba Kure and let him just continue with his thoughts. Baba Kure, you were speaking of Peter Obi joining Labour Party and the accoutrements of Eastern politicians that have left PDP in sympathy, some to join him in Labour and others to other spaces. So you are saying how that would work out for Peter Obi?
That is, I stand on that. That is my own opinion. You may not buy to it, but like I said, I am not a fan to Peter Obi, and I also mentioned that saying that Peter Obi is not a corrupt person. All politicians in the world, they are all the same. You are talking of Canada, you're talking of UK, you're talking of US. They are all politicians. They are all the same. It's just that they're a little bit better than one another. Now, like I said, if Tinubu did not get the ticket and they give the ticket, let's say they give the ticket to AMAECHI, then Atiku, and we'll be hearing it from every quarter, because I will repeat it again, from Elder statement, from Payo Adebanjo, from Edwin Clark, and all those people, that, okay, this is time for Igbo presidency. Northern parts of Nigeria said they know they have to throw the ticket open, which they are still doing right now. So now, let's say Tinubu didn't get the ticket, Oshibajo didn't get the ticket for APC, it goes to AMAECHI, and Atiku get the ticket. So then there is high possibility that Peter Obi is going to win the election, because the Southwest is going to support in my own opinion, support the Obi. South is going to support Obi. Then all the vote from the east is going to go to Peter Obi, and he will still get some votes from the northern part of Nigeria. So that is it.
All right, but Baba Akure, is this somewhat of good news? How are you digesting this? Senator Aishatu beat Ribadu to win APC Adamawa gubernatorial ticket. So this is the first time, by my reckoning, that any female candidate is getting any real chance of becoming a governor within the Nigerian space. As much as I loathe APC, I would like to see this woman win that election just to break through that glass ceiling. What are you then making then of this woman now coming forward to lead the female charge?
Well, it's a good news, at least for Nigeria. It is showing that maybe will I say that we are getting mature? But the funniest part of it is that is just for APC, because PDP will also come out. So now, how much is the influence of this woman in his state? I mean, in our state.
She defeated Nuhu Ribadu, who was the former EFCC.
Just forget about Ribadu. When you're talking about person you saw, supposed to mention another name.
All right.
Just forget about Ribadu. That one is finished. so and you know, money.
But she also defeated one of the ex-governors of the state. So she beat a very strong team to get that ticket.
It is still just that it is aligned with Kankos. You remember the new logo for APC is that when you commit sin and you come to us, your sin is being forgiven. She might be the one of those that this corrupt people really supported. That could be the reason why she won the ticket, which is okay anyway. But some people somebody is going to come out from PDP. Some people is going to come from other party. So,
Baba Akure,
yes, sir.
What I see playing out there is that the present governor possibly supported that lady for that ticket. Yes, that is why I want. Is the candidate? She is the candidate of the governor. That's why she won. Because she defeated the former. Is it not former governor?
Yeah, the former governor, former EFCC chairperson. A strong field.
It's in the political caucus, the political group of that governor within the APC. And that is the structure that we're talking about all the time.
Exactly.
When you don't have a strong structure, when you don't belong to a strong structure, you cannot win that kind of number one ticket in the party. You cannot win it, either at the state level or local government level, or even at the national for presidency. You can't win it. So the governor I believe, it's backed that woman, and that's why she secured that ticket. You can continue, Baba, correct?
That is right, but we still have candidates from PDP. So how much do we really want female governor in Nigeria? Because even in the United States, they did not allow Hillary Clinton to be the president of the United States. I know that
especially in the north with their patriarchal.
Exactly. I know that Professor Ajalego will attack me on this anyway, but I don't really care. I know for sure. United States, United States, they are not even mature to allow female to be the president. They can give them senatorial whatever. Let alone Nigeria want to allow female governor. Woman, let's talk about another thing. I don't see that woman go anywhere.
I think Canadian network, he took the words out of my mouth. I was saying, how possible is it in the patriarchal north?
Exactly.
And exactly what Canadian network is saying. He says, well, he's losing religion, but really their system geared more towards a patriarchy. So I'm not quite sure. Yeah.
So they will say the woman want to be their boss when they supposed to be the boss.
Then you carry a bag for a woman.
or where
they will start to stone her. They will stone her.
Just forget. But anyway, if she gets there, that is how God wants it. But to me, I don't see that. Somebody mentioned Mama Taraba was the first female to get a ticket under APC.
Yes, Alexander Gomez said that earlier as well.
Yeah, so
but I don't know if she was under APC though. But
I don't see a female governor in Nigeria for now.
Would you like to see it?
I will of course like to see it. I would like her to win the seat, and this white guy in
sorry, one man. One man. Sorry,
like that guy
on the sorry, that guy on the comment section. That British victim. I think he's always coming to this platform. I remember yesterday when Babati wrote something about Bia, and everybody was like furious. Can you check that guy's comment if it's okay?
It says one piece is crumbled Benin kingdom supremacist. Those call of God. All right. Could one of the moderators delete that comment by British victim and put him or her on a 5-minute timeout? So sorry about that, War Piece, but this is the nature of how we go sometimes. But Baba Akure, let me take you to the Simon Ekpa space. So the IPOB movement, they are seeing the dollars rolling into this guy's account, and for every dollar that rolls into his account, it doesn't come into theirs. Seize and desist. Don't steal money. Don't stop stealing our customers. Essentially, is what Kanu family is saying to Simon Ekpa. So, as predicted, do you think it has now turned into an open money fight within the Biafran agitation space?
I think that is very, very wrong if that really happened anyway. I think it is not a very good idea, because it seems that they are diverting from the main cause of getting Biafra or whatever. So if they are fighting dirty in the public, so it means that the reason for the agitation is being messed up. So those as EPA, I've been seeing him for quite a while before Nnamdi Kanu was arrested. He has his own program that was going on side by side with Nnamdi Kanu. But when Nnamdi Kanu was arrested, I made to understand that he was the person that was anointed to replace Nnamdi Kanu. But I think if I know for sure that they'll be making a lot of money anyway. But if things like this is going on, money is always cause the problem between two parties. So I think things like this, we of course hinder the objective of IPOB.
All right, thank you, Baba Akure. So the River State space, Rivers it's actually it's Yemsen Wike. So he's setting up a probe to probe all the lootings that Rotimi Amechi did to fund the Buhari first term attempt. Supreme Court dismisses Amechi's appeal to stop 96 billion naira fraud probe by Wike. So if you are thinking that 96 billion naira was actually in 2014, so that's really is nearly a trillion naira now in today's broken naira. So he sold all of the gas turbines, all the electricity facilities. He stole the rail system that they were going to, similar to what they are building in Lagos intended for. He stole all of that money and cascaded it into Buhari's campaign thing. So Wike wants to probe him, and he's trying to probe that. He's trying to stop that probe for reasons of claiming it is a witch hunt. But the Supreme Court have now opened that space. So where is my money? Is what Wike is saying to the funny guy. What are you making of all that?
Okay, to start with, it's not Wike's money; it is River State money anyway. But we all know that Rotimi Amechi did are very good for Buhari, we knew that he spent a lot of money, and I think it is very barbaric that he could go to that extent, selling public property. That's the people of Port Harcourt, I mean River State, supposed to use for their betterment. And it is also good that Supreme Court did not yield to the APC government for not probing AMAECHI, because we have seen so many cases in which APC government will interfere with either the judgment or whatever is going on to their party members. So it is good that Supreme Court stand on its toe to make sure that the justice is prevailed. Though we have not seen the final episode of the case, but at least for what they have done, I think they are heading to the right direction. And the same Wike also, he is not a clean man. Somebody who is fighting somebody for selling property, he should also watch himself also, and whatever he has stolen, because you cannot tell me that the 50 million, 500 million that you are giving to people in the northern part of Nigeria when something happens, you cannot tell me that that's your money. You cannot tell me that's your salary. You cannot tell me that. So yes.
Should these people under probe like AMAECHI be liable to contest in that country?
No. They're supposed to be on suspension until when their case is done. It is just that even in their party, once the allegation has been leveled against you, you're supposed to be on suspension. We even in small Caribbean island, when they find any of their member having a problem with the law, they just put them on suspension. Let alone Nigeria as big as we. So we still have long way to go. We really need to get our institution correct, get it back to normal, so that we do the right thing. AMAECHI, yes.
Is he being accused, or is he under probe from the state government or from the federal government?
The state government is instituting the probe, but he is wanting to use law to stop it. That is a political witch hunt. So what the law?
I know where that person is going to. Yeah, I could be wrong. It doesn't really matter. Even if it is just one citizen, it's not even government at this time now. Just ordinary citizen level case against you, and that case is the court. Your party is supposed to suspend you. It doesn't really matter. If that maybe you want to try to corner it, that shouldn't have been suspended, like I said.
But the party, where do they come in the whole scenario? Because most of these politicians have something against them. Almost all of them. People are accusing them of stuff. So I don't think the party will go by what, unless maybe the person has been probably accused by the federal government.
So what do you mean the party? What party? What are you talking about?
No, he's saying the party should have suspended AMAECHI because of his under.
They should stop suspending him. But then, of course, I mean, I think we all have a good idea why he stole the money.
Yes, exactly. So, but in a normal case, he's supposed to be suspended from the party. But it is Nigeria, so everything goes. And APC, when you come to our party, your sin is being forgiven. But Wike said he's not going to forgive this. He said he has to jail AMAECHI. So let's see how it plays out.
He doesn't have the power. That's what I'm saying. He doesn't have the power to do that, and he should let
to do what?
They should let,
if they find it,
EFCC and all these other people, ICPC and you should let the federal government, deal with.
The
We
federal
can come
government deal
and
with
say,
their
Federal government
minister.
on the state case. What are you saying now?
is it
Deal with
federal
their
government hold the
minister.
money?
This is the
It's
funny
already in
thing
court,
people say on
Abi.
this platform. I wonder if they attend school. There's this federal government, there's a state government, there's a local government.
One man, I'm telling you, there's something wrong. This guy, you need to control. You need to be able to get a hold of
World war. You to take
One
it
piece.
easy.
Just caution the language now. Caution the
Okay, sorry,
language.
I took it.
Why are you
I take it back.
obsessed with this
Wait, sorry. I'm not
antagonism
trying to
now?
insult. I wasn't directing my question to anybody. I was just saying generally, we Nigerians,
Brother,
when we want, hold on now, CBD. This is the problem. When I want to
every
land,
time
you
you
don't
be
let me
shouting,
land.
hold on, and you're the one looking for problems.
Let me finish my point now. Why every time I want to talk, you start
She's
talking. When I
already
attack you now, you say that I
He's
attack
like,
you.
Every time you want to talk, I was even
I've seen
talking.
better behavior in
Listen,
a primary school. Look
I
at that.
beg, I beg. What I was trying to say, we Nigerians, this is the problem. When it comes to something that we can use logic, we start using emotion. When we want to use emotion, we start using logic. I always like to speak from public space. When time we see the truth or see what's really there, we start try to use logic. There's federal government, there's state government, and there is local government. When if the case is under state government, federal government don't have jurisdiction there. If it's under local government,
okay.
state government don't have jurisdiction there.
I'm going to give a direct.
Thank you.
I'm going to give a. I'm going to give a direct instruction now. On CBD, please apologize to World Peace for stealing Chiamaka from him in Form 3. So that Chiamaka, or is it Ifeoma or whoever the girl is, please apologize for stealing that girl so we can just move on.
I think I will apologize, but I think I will apologize for our sisters not giving him any face.
Okay, so take the apologies because this has to. There's when two men are squabbling, there's usually a baby in between. But so Baba Kure, thank you. I want to hear from this chap who wants to give us some insight into the workings of Nigerian politics. So hopefully we can hear from you now. Some tech space. Can we hear from you now?
I'm here now. Good evening.
Oh, all right, brilliant. You said you had some experience with the Nigerian electoral process.
Yes. First of all, I partook in the last election. So the thing is this: when you're given the machine to go to the polling unit, the machine won't work. So you have to call them. You have to call everyone to come around. The last one I did, I had to use I just found out that this stuff is like an Android device. I had to connect to my hotspot to let it work because they're already shouting, answer us, you guys just delayed us here. I connected to my hotspot and started working. So secondly, now you have to address them. Let's skip that step. So now when they come in with their PVC card, you scan the PVC card. If you are not in this ward, it will not show. So after scanning, you give them the paper to thumbprint, they drop in the basket, in the bag. So once you scam some people PVC card, they are not in that ward. They will stand and fight with you that this is their ward. They'll be voting on this ward. And those PDP, APC, those party representatives, they will also fight you that this is their ward. They used to vote here. When you see that this thing is turning to Wahala, you will take paper for them to let them vote. But they are not showing on the machine. No. You've scanned their PVC on that machine, and it's not bringing out their details. We eventually turned out to so that they will not beat us. We'll give them paper so that they will also vote. They will thumbprint and go. So when we get to the collation center now, the scanned cards, the scanned PVC cards, it will show on the machine, and you cannot submit it when the counted votes and the vowed votes. It must be equal to the scanned paper. So now you've given much paper than what you scan. So when you just get to the collation center, we'll just minus maybe 1 or 2 from any party for you to balance so that you can go, because you'll be all stressed out. You will just remove maybe one party own or anyone so that your counting will be balanced. Because for instance, you scan 200 and you have 250 papers that you thumbprint. You will just remove figures from anywhere and just balance the account and submit it to them, and nobody cares. So I just hope this submitting electronically will work, because people, Nigerians, you will tell them when they scan their card, go, you are not in this ward, they will start fighting you that you've been voting in this ward ever since and they must vote. So, and you are a stranger there as a core member or the presiding officer, you have to let them vote for your own safety. You give them the paper to vote. So I think that's one of the problems they're facing.
And is that the experience pretty much throughout all the voting units? Is that what you're understanding? That's how it works right across the board?
That's how it works. Most of my colleagues, when they come back, they say they almost want to beat them. Some people say they ran away when they wanted to beat them. Some will say they scattered their own polling unit. Mine, it happened to me directly. These guys were saying they've been voting here and they must vote. We have to give them the paper to thumbprint.
What state was this?
Hold on now.
Lagos State.
Hold on there. This narrative of stuffed ballot boxes, do you have any understanding of that? Already pre-stuffed ballot boxes. Do you have any understanding of that?
I heard about it outside Lagos, but I didn't have a direct contact with that.
All right. All right. And were you impressed by the process that you participated? Did you feel a sense that the people's voice were being heard in that process you participated in?
Secondly, most of the core members they use, sorry to say, they are not qualified. Once they get to the polling unit to submit, to count, to add 1 and 2, 3 together, it turns to a big problem for them. Some people
do they take you through a training process?
There is a training process for like 2 weeks that will go to a place, train, do this, do that. At the end of the day, when it comes to collating, like, it turns a big problem for them. Some people cannot add 1 or 2 together to collate, add this party, add this number you count. It turns to big work for them. They will end up just writing anything and just submit so that they can. Because by that evening hour, you are so stressed out. You sit under the sun from some place. My own place, they not provide shade for us. We will sit there. By evening, when you want to go and submit, you just want to do everything and get out. So the process is not, even the core members, they are not encouraged. The process is not smooth at all. Number one, you have to sleep in the polling center that night because you can't move. We all slept on the floor there. Mosquito bites, everything. In the morning, we just washed our face and went to the streets to start doing the work. You won't sleep in your house. They won't provide shelter for you. You will just sleep anywhere in one big compound. So from there, you move out the next morning. So the environment is not suitable enough for the workers already. How do they perform a good job?
What about the bribing? Did you see any of that about all these narratives that we hear about you guys being bribed? So how much did they give you? Okay. How much did you collect?
It's not like a bribe. It's just like, okay, there is a certain amount that is being shared. Like the POs, you get 10,000.
Not from the INEC or from the parties. So how much did PDP give you?
The money is already provided. It's already provided at the collation center. So the POs, they collect like 5,000. People assisting them, they share like the POs collect like 10,000. People assisting them share like 5,000. It's just the hierarchy of people that work because the core members are like the superior there. So some people that apply to work for INEC that period, they'll just give them lesser amounts. So we don't even know where the money is coming from. But when you come back, you know you collect money. You don't know the party, you don't know anyone that brought it, but you just take that one as your take home.
Okay, and what do you understand that money is for? What do you think the money is for? What you have to do for it?
They said it's from the parties for some local. It depends on local government you are. If you're in local governments that are buoyant enough, some pay 20,000, some receive 10,000, some receive 5,000. It depends on the local, but we believe or we know it's from the parties, but you don't know it's from this party, but you get it after each day work.
What was your overall impression of the process? Aside the inconvenience to you, in terms of what was your overall impression of the process?
what I think about this is this again is this: the core members participating and people participating. I think they are, in my own ward alone, I think we are more than 500. Taking 500 people out of the voters is a lot, and we have a lot of polling units in Nigeria. Try to know the amount of people that are taken out of the voters.
What was that number necessary? Was that number necessary?
Yes, it was. Like each polling unit, we have like 5 people attending to the voters. Like each polling unit, 4 or 5, at least 4. So a ward we take like 500 or close to 500. How many wards do we have in Lagos? How many people are you taking out of the voters? That's another big problem. I mean, I can't come from my polling unit and come and vote in my house. That's a very huge problem again that should be addressed.
Did you think the process that you participated in represented the outcome, at least from your own specific area of operation? Did you feel what came out of that space represented broadly the will of the people? Did you think the will of the people held sway?
Yes, to a certain extent, because where I worked, it was a close call between PDP and APC, and overall in our center as well, it was a close call between both parties. It was a close call.
And that reflected in the voting that you saw. That reflected somewhat in
Yes.
And if you were to make 3 recommendations to improve the process, what would they be?
I think it would be the thumb printing. Once you scan some people have damaged their PVC card. Once you scan it on the machine, on the machine, and it can't scan you, you should go home. So once you know you can't scan, you can go home. But once they know you can scan, I can still use thumbprint paper. They will still want to use paper, but you scan the card and use your thumbprint, you can go. The second one should be the people operating the machine. They should have a system for the INEC workers to vote as well, because they are too much. To count a lot of people out of the voting system is too much. People working for INEC. So they should have a system also that will enable the workers to partake in the election. I think that should be it.
Oh, all right. And what do you think the biggest problem with Nigerian electioneering is? Is it the process or the people? So is it the electorates that are the biggest problem, or is it the people superintending the process? So what's the bigger problem, the people or the process?
We already know we Nigerians, we need strong hand, and they should have a way to curb them, like a way to direct the people. We know people won't hear until you put measures in place. So there should be measures to guide the people, because if you tell people like they should stay in this place, they wouldn't. So the commission should have a way to align the people to the destiny, to the promised land. I think that should be it.
From your experience, do you think violence still plays a role within the Nigerian political process? And if so, how much of a role? How significant was it, or was it even still there at all?
It was there. In my own area where I worked, it was less of violence. But people that worked in areas like Mushin, they said they had to flee their polling units when they saw boys arriving. Some said they took their ballot paper. I had a friend that had an experience that they said they ran into the bush, that it was farmers that came to aid them. The violence is still top notch. The violence is still there.
And who are the voters in Nigeria? What demography did you experience? Who constituted the bulk of the voters, at least where you had direct view? Who constitutes the bulk of the voters?
It's the elderly people. The guys around, they drink around, they will just play ball around. It was the elderly men and women that came out to vote. The mamas, the papas, the young men hardly vote. They will even come at the tail end that you're almost living. We've been here since morning. You guys, they said they want to vote. They've been busy since morning. They want to vote now. But we've been here since morning. Elderly people have been here.
They had bet Nigeria doing us now, Chelsea.
They will come at the tail end that they want to vote. And we've been here since morning. But the elderly men, they will be there with us, start and end with us. But the young men, I pray this time out it will be different.
All right. And you participated in the last round, you said?
Yes.
Did you notice that there was some sort of like organized voting blocks? Because we come on the assumption that it is all these associations of market women, etc., that they are organized to vote. Was that the experience, or are we just being speculative?
I think when I said elderly people, they should count along the people that vote, because the market women are not located in one area. They are spread across the country or the local government. So wherever they are, I believe they come out to vote, because I see old women. Once they come out, the men, the party of Mama, APC, PDP, they usually come out in masses, the old people. And I wonder how they still have their PVCs, as old as they are. They still keep them. They come out with their PVC to vote.
Did you see party agents at the units offering some of our financial inducements to sway votes?
Yes, they even offered they offered us money so we could rig the elections for them. So we told the man, like, okay, see what will happen. This scanner is scanning. Once you put your PVC, once we scan like 100 PVC, if we count APC and PDP, it must be equal to that 100. If we have void among, it must be equal to that 100. So when we explained to them that way, they left us. They came and offered us that.
You didn't take the money. You should have taken the money now and just told them that, okay, we'll do it. You'll be long gone, eh?
No, we were to count it together.
All right.
So they waited, we counted together, and they would take a copy as well. Each party delegate or member representative there, they will have to go with a copy of what we counted. They will sign and take a copy. So we explained to them that even if you want to do it, this is how it works. The machine scan 100, APC should be 50, PDP should be 50. If it's 50-30, then they will not collect this stuff at our collation center. So that was how they left us alone that day.
Is there anything else you'd like to tell us to give us a better understanding of how this process works and what the faults are? So anything else that you feel we should know?
I think that should be all for now. That should be all for now.
All right. So does anybody have questions for Semtech? Because we need to get, now we have an expert, we might as well take advantage of it. So any questions for Semtech?
Yes, I have a question.
Related to the topic.
Yes, I know now. It's about this election. This guy have already commented, and they praised me also for my contribution there. I saw him on the comment section. Welcome, sir.
I'm with you, sir.
And thank you very much for your comments, etc., etc. You already said that the system will continue to fail, and then I believe you, sir. So, so what can we do now? I think it's better to cancel the election, and then because we ought to be having a national census first of all, and then a political structure, and then a new constitution before we can talk about the election to take care of those obstacles that you pointed out earlier on, sir. Don't you think so?
I think the this system we have in place is working. Scanning that PVC, and as well as using your thumbprint, immediately you scan the PVC card. I think that should do. If they want to rig from the upper side, let's know that will now face where the collation is going, where the scanning is going. But if we can eradicate it from the downstream, we'll know that we have to face the database or wherever the information is going. So if the PVC scanning and the thumbprinting is working simultaneously, then we'll know we have to face the database or the INEC office where the results are going.
Okay.
All right.
Then were there no police? So were there no security officers to guide you guys, to watch over you guys there? There were no police officers or something?
We go with police officers. They just hang around before you know it, they are 2 miles away, 3 miles away. So it's not like they will enclamp you there. They will give you 10 yards. They are always around, but they are not standby with you by your side.
Anyway, can I ask you a question?
I'm with you, sir.
Sorry, Ajako, hold on a minute. Sorry.
Okay.
You are a collation officer, right?
No, PO, presiding officer.
Okay. Presiding officer. So when people are doing that stuff, every party members like APC, PDP, MPP, whatever, supposed to have their officials around you guys, right?
They came, yeah. We really saw to APC and PDP.
You just answered my question. Thank you so much.
Yes.
The rest are no hopers, Abi, no hopers. And this is what we're... hold on.
Let me ask a question.
No, sorry, Ajanle Koko. But what I think the wider point, were you making the point for the Labour Party? Is this what you're making, World Peace?
I'm making that point for other new parties that is coming up, even SDP that we're going to come up.
So when we are saying any party outside of the juggernaut parties, they're a nonsense. I think that answers that. But Ajale Koko, yeah, to you. Yeah.
Without the coalition, yes, I can agree that they might be insignificant.
Well, you've heard from a
but when there is a
officer,
coalition
don't
and
worry.
there is a third,
When they can't even go and man to make sure that they are not being cheated. That is when you're hearing. Hold on. Lajande Koko wants to ask a question now. But when you're hearing structures, this is one of the But Lajande Koko, to you, yeah.
Okay. I want to ask our guy that have been telling us about INEC. Do you think that we can have a successful election and population census same year?
Yeah, I believe so. Reason being that the PVC card works efficiently. My PVC card cannot work in another ward. It means they have a database already that is working. So if you can scan your PVC and make your thumbprint simultaneously, then the work will now be reduced to focusing on where these informations are going. They will have to create a unit like this ward, as their votes are dropping, people are here monitoring it. So it's like lesser work and easier election that will be conducted. Because I've seen, like, I took my PVC card to where I worked. I scanned and it showed that I wasn't in that. It scanned, but it didn't count to the number of scanned PVC in that ward. So each ward should have a reporting center or reporting unit that every journalist or everyone will look out at. People are scanning and their thumbprints are dropping. So from there, they can collect each ward to local government, to states. I think that will work.
All right. And CBD, you had a question? I thought CBD had a question. D, did you have a question?
Sorry, one minute. No, I didn't really. I was just trying to make a comment, and maybe you can also,
expand on it. Yeah.
I was saying that obviously, as it is right now, I agree that these other smaller parties don't have that, that structure and all that. But it was just the same thing with APC before 2015. So if there's a strong coalition and these people organize themselves, don't you think that they stand a chance? Something. Maybe let's say all these other political parties like maybe ABGA, Labour Party, and maybe one or two other parties come together to be that third force. Do you think that they will they have a chance?
I only think they will have a chance. Like, for instance, this guy that was this APC representative at our ward, he followed us to the collation center. The only thing that happened was that they didn't allow him to where we're submitting ours. So the monitoring was part of the job. It was It's something that will take your result to like a safe point. So if they have someone monitoring from the polling unit to the collation center, I think that will go a long way to helping this smaller party per se.
Okay.
All right, D. Do you have a question for some
I have two questions. First question is, do you think if the numbers of PO are increased, it will help ease the stress? Then, secondly, don't you think because in your booths where you have just PDP and APC people monitoring the vote, even the other parties don't really have votes there? Because I think if you the strong party in areas where they think they can give a fight, they always have delegates to monitor votes. Like in the areas where Accord have strength, they will always have delegates there to monitor the votes. But where you have a party where they know they will just get 2 votes and it won't matter, obviously they won't send anybody there to monitor anything. So I don't think it comes in play like what Peace was saying when it comes to Peter Obi joining Labour Party. Because when it comes to that time, Labour has they have quotas in all local governments in the nation, so they will have delegates to go and monitor election. So it's quite different from past election. So you can't compare it. So yeah, to you directly, do you think if you have more COP members assisting, like more POs, it will help?
Okay. First and foremost, they should provide a conducive environment for people that want to work. My brother, we slept outside on open ground. All of us in one primary school on the open ground. That was where we slept overnight. In the morning, we just poured water on our legs and our face, and we went out to the field to work. They should provide a conducive environment for people that want to do that work. Some people might be smelling that morning to work, and you'll be smelling to people that you want to work
attend
for.
To.
Attend to. So
I won't lie. You said the truth, because I actually have some numbers of people, because I have somebody that works as a top official in NYSC, and she got a lot of complaints with a lot of COP members that have gone to undo the election, which is similar to yours. Even transportation for some people was like hell. So it's more like of a struggle rather than what they should enjoy and be happy they participated in it. So it was more like a struggle. Even some people regretted
I said if they were going to pay me times 2 of that money, I won't do it again.
Exactly what they said too.
All right. Xero, do you have a question for some tech? You said Xero has gone to have a beer to celebrate the prophet Xero. So Prophet Xero, we don't. I think everybody has asked him asked some tech a question. So if nobody else has questions for some tech, I'll seek to start to round off here to land as about on Nigerian Koko. So any other questions for some tech? All right, brilliant. So something good to have you. So please try and join us regularly. So you will be our sounding board, for all matters electoral, and of course you'll be the golden man now for the pretty much till September. So anytime you have the time to spare, please come and join us. So gentlemen, we seek to start to round off, of course, to land on Nigerian Koko. We'll try Xero, who I think may have left us. Just to fulfill all righteousness. Xero, are you there? No, he has left. So thank you for he came here to gloat too, and he didn't even get the opportunity, but I'm sure he'll be back. Xero, he would never let it go. We have to leave town now because of Xero. So from Xero, let's go on to World Peace. So World Peace, you didn't get the chance to hold the floor, so have the space now to have full expression. World Peace.
Okay, hold on, please. Mina Rusa and Papa Hanashi. Wakata. Hello.
Look at this man.
I have to tell my children Saturday they're playing all over the place, making noise. Yeah. So quickly, I didn't have time to. I was sleeping. I wake up late because I was looking after my son, but I was watching the section from my bed, just listening to everybody about the lady in the north. That would be a good move if they allow her to finally get. Since she have gotten the ticket, if they allow her run and win the governorship of that state, it will be good. At least we will see the north are changing their ideology a little bit. But I know it will be difficult. But let's just hope.
They will be ahead of the south because we've never had one.
Yeah, true. Yeah, that's very, very good. That's very good. That's very, very, very good. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. So at least let's see if that will start changing our political space narrative, I give that to them. That of Samuel Ekpa eating money, IPOP complaining. Well, it's not new. We see when they arrested, or like say, let me use the word that they would like kidnap or rendition Kanu.
Arrested.
Arrested or so you see how before 2 months they were all falling apart, fighting themselves over money. So I'm not surprised that Samuel Ekpa they are accusing him of stealing. It's election season, so there will be more money going to his account, and that's to show you the kind of brafa they want to get when they get it. So that's their own problem. So it's left for them to solve it.
What do you think is driving Simon Ekpa, the ideology or the money?
It is the money, because you have seen the money involved. He's forgetting that he's shifting away from the ideology right now. It's becoming more of like a political godfather, because everybody's calling him now to get in support, to get his people to get in line of who to support and not to support. Not like in a fair way, in the ESM way, who to threaten, not to threaten. So he's enjoying it right now. What his master was enjoying before. Please just hold on, just give me a second. Let me close this door. I told you people before. So that is for Samuel Ekpa, but it's a pity though. It's a pity if they have gone this far in this struggle, just to start showing to start seeing this kind of stuff coming up about money. Is a very big pity. But I won't say anything. Time will tell. We are all here watching them. Time will tell. That is for the IPOB situation. Now coming to the political space that is really bringing us here. We are here to learn and to share opinion, look at the facts, and facts as numbers, and numbers don't lie. People have the right to decamp to any party they want to go to. But look at the time. You cannot form a bigger party anymore. This cabal that is playing this politics, they are not stupid. The time Tinubu when Tinubu formed APC, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, APC was formed like 8 months or a year before the election, or 2 years before the election. Am I wrong, one man?
Yes.
So that gives you time to have structure to bring people into the party. And when APC was formed, people moved from from PDP, ABGA, every other party to one party to make it strong. Now, what we are saying right now, instead of we to replicate that, rather everybody's moving to their own individual party. When you know the time factor is not anybody's side anymore, you cannot form mega party anymore. You cannot, people cannot join PDP, SDP now, and join Labour, very jump ABGA, then suddenly they will come and form mega party. It's not going to happen anymore. It said united will stand, divided will fall. Now they're already divided. That shows you the vote is already divided. So anybody going to all this mushroom party, they might win in their region, but they're not going to win the presidency. It's the structure that matters. Even in America, England, Japan, in anywhere they pass democracy, there's always 2 or 3 mega parties. The rest are mushroom parties. When you leave your mega party and go to the small party, you take time to build it.
What piece? Don't you think the uncertainty of these 2 major parties, like you call them, can actually enhance the chances of Obi getting other people decamping there, because obviously a lot of people after these primaries will be hot and they will want to move. And already this guy has been making heads means with other people. A lot of people in the country are clamoring for him. So I think the situation of the country's politics right now is quite different from what we've had from the past. With the way things are playing out, anything can happen. And I think his move was smart because at the long run, even Abga will vote for him. So I think it was wise not even joining Abga. So, and I think with the way things are playing out right now in all these parties, he might have a way of helping this guy with the election. It is only if now they rig the election, then he might not have a chance.
DOJ, can I answer your question now? Because your question was long,
sure.
like a question and the answer. But
yes, but answer the question, but then follow through to the closing remarks, because we're taking closing remarks now. So
I know, DOJ, what you just say from how I say emotional part of it is possible, but for the factual part of it is impossible. It cannot happen. We should stop daydreaming. It cannot happen. Alga have their candidate, they will vote their candidate. They have their followers will vote for them. Like, let me quickly say to that guy the INEX guy that just came, that's a systemic guy. See, in election, what people don't know, before you join any political party, you have to check what structure they have in every local government ward, meaning how many candidates they have, how many registered voters in that ward, how many in your party, how many registered voters you have in that party. From that party, I mean, in that ward, I have like 1,000 people who are APC member, who are Labour Party member. Those are the things you check. So when you go to where you are expecting Agba to vote for you in their own ward against their own people. That's impossible. That's just my answer to you. It's not going to happen. So let me quickly finish my closing remark.
But what's the guarantee you have they won't?
It's politics. It's Nigerian politics. Dirty. So just leave it like that. Tabi going to Labour is good for him, but he's not going to win the presidency. We should remove emotions. He might start building from there for the next 4 or 8 years. But this very election we are saying, you cannot beat the power of incumbency. If power of incumbency is not important, Tinubu would have left APC since. They will not be begging Jonathan to come to APC. I think we will not be. Tinubu have left PDP since to NPP or any northern party. If the northern is just the major force, those two parties is very important. You see, all the key players are still waiting in that party. That is the fact, and that's how it's going to go. We can say anything, we can think anything, we can use emotions, but at the end of the day, that two parties will have their way. That is my opinion. I came late, but it's not everybody that can come early. But thank you, one man. That's all I have. Then quickly, people in the comment section, like, share. Now, if you're not like me, press that like well, so that one man will let me come here again. So I thank you, people. I thank Ajari Koko.
I said it. If you get us to 100, we will ban World Peace permanently. So thank you, World Peace. So I know you only come here to poke at in CBD. So in CBD, your words. So in CBD to you. In CBD.
I think everybody have said important things. So at least most of us. I don't think everybody, but most of us. So but I think like what I said about Simon Ekpa, it should be. I believe that just personally, I believe people should be able to always work together for the greater good. So they should be able to maybe try and I still don't believe that it has nothing to do with money. Money is involved, obviously, but I don't think that the major concern is money. But and also about Peter Obi, I think that he should be able to form some kind of coalition with some politicians, and within these 6 months of or these 6 or 7 months of before the election, they should be able to have done something on the ground level that will gather that kind of that will build on the momentum that he has right now. And I believe that sorry, I believe that anything is possible, you know. So that's it. Anything is possible. APC was not the giant party. It was coalitions, parties that came together and made it what it is today. And if we are talking about change, then someone is moving in the direction of change. I think it should be a welcome idea. And if someone has kicked against delegates, whatever, I'm sure if whatever party Peter Obi is becomes a major force in the country, uh, they won't have these issues of delegates being bribed and put in a hotel room for voting and all that, So I believe that everything will go well. And, yeah, I've spoken about the agitation, but I think I should just finalize by saying that, there's a lot, the agitation is there. It is genuine. It's a genuine agitation for a lot of people. So I think it's disrespectful for some of us sometimes to come and try to make it look like it's just money, money. It's a bit somewhat disparaging, for people to just say that for something that people over 3 million people lost, was senselessly, should I say, murdered, in the name of war. So, and you cannot just disparage that as a money whatever activity, So, and people know that. People know it. If you're talking about donations, it's always part of it. So, Biafran agitation is not something that started even it has been there even before Nnamdi Kanu himself was born. So I think that they should just do their best to make sure that they distance themselves. That they've been doing that. They should continue and even intensify it, distance themselves a lot, very well from this, from any kind of criminal groups that are trying to infiltrate that space. So they've been doing a great work in doing that. They should continue and make sure that there is no form of. I'm never an advocate for violence. I don't believe in violence to achieve any objective. Because when there's violence involved, the narrative can be easily changed. So we have to be smart. We have to be careful and make sure that everything still connect, share, subscribe, and all that. Then yeah, everybody. Um, love yourself, love your neighbors, love your.
Look at this guy. He's not an Oscar. You are not getting an Oscar now. What are you doing? What? We love your neighbors. I want to thank my mother. I want to thank God. It was thank you, CBD. What are you doing, man? All right, thank you, CBD. So let's go on then to some tech who's come out to delight us with facts. So some tech, I mean, you've been watching from the background, so you know the process. We're taking closing remarks now. Some tech.
Yeah, it's time for bedtime. It's past 2 a.m. here in Nigeria.
So are you in Nigeria? Oh, brilliant. It's just past 2 a.m. here too.
Yeah, I'm in Nigeria. It's been long we heard from
you've not activated Plan B.
We are trying to, sir.
Okay.
It's been long we heard from Movie and Plenty Water. We hope to see them back on the platform. I think Plenty Water was the one that brought me to this platform. Like, I heard about his discussion with Pa Jale Koko during the NSAS period. I think that was when I joined the platform.
Ajale Koko has two nemesis on this platform. One is Abdul Momoni, who attacks him from Saudi Arabia, and the second one is Plenty Water, who just likes to,
Yes. So I wish to see them back on the platform, and I wish everyone good night rest and have a blissful day ahead tomorrow. Good night, everyone.
All right, thank you. Brilliant. Good to hear from you, Somtech, and hopefully we hear more from you in the course of our days to come. So thank you, Somtech. So from Somtech, we're going to Thomas, who rejoins us just in time to give us his closing remarks. Thomas, to you. Thomas. All right, I think we've lost Thomas. So from Thomas, we go on to Tony. Tony, your closing remarks.
Always TT. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you one more time. I should go my brother, Sontek, for your sacrifice, to our country. And then I hope that you have led to sleep now. I really share your pain there. And then it's a pity that there is no infrastructure in our country. That is why you guys have to suffer in the in the election venue. So very sorry for that. Then to that woman from the north, that woman was the strongest bidder. Was the highest bidder. So we don't have to sing praises that they are starting from wherever. That was the highest bidder. For beating everybody who is very credible guy and the other guys there. So that means it's just like Sadiq Farouk who has looted our money and then can win an election at any time. So we don't have to sing praises. There's nothing happening there at all. Somebody is coming to outspend her in the general election. So then that we have to be suffering like this to vote is just too strange to me, because in the place where I live, I don't want to be saying it every time. The people, these white people, when they are voting, you don't know. People the local government office where I usually vote, just go there on Sunday or on Saturday, go there, go into the room, put your dish in and get off. Not lining up, not queuing up, and then the police will be watching. Everybody it's when are we going to get our ass together to be able to move alongside with the rest of the world? That's where you go to Uganda, the same problem. In Kenya, the same problem. You go to the Congo, people are dying because of election. So we need to rethink, sir. So that's it, sir. Good night, sir.
All right, thank you, Tony. So that was Tony in his own unique and inimitable way. So there's no two Tonys, and are we saying no or thank God? So that's Tony, though. So that's Tony. So as ever, anytime it's around, the final word goes to no other person, the mighty Ajanle Koko. Ajanle Koko, the final word.
Thank you, Woman. I want to thank everybody that came in the platform today for your contribution. I will thank particularly our friend from Nigeria, Somtech. I believe that guy must be spending a lot of money for data to be on the show. So thank you so much for your sacrifice. And I thank you for the service you have done for the nation during your NYC days. Other than that, let me thank as well our listeners around the world for listening. Please, if you have not liked, please do that right now, because when you click on the or the thumbs up, that's going to help the YouTube algorithm of the platform. We want our discussion here and the points and everything we're saying here to go far to every part of the world here, Nigeria, and our contribution maybe it could gear us up to talk to our people back home to vote right this time. We cannot allow that country to continue to go down. The two political parties, the biggest political parties as the claim, APC and PDP, run down that country. The country is dying, it's bleeding, and dying everything. So what do we have to do? What I've been saying here is that it is good for our people to go their regional way, let the Yoruba party, Yoruba countries, or let me say Southwest have their own strong party, let the Southeast, let other parts of Nigeria and regional people would have their own strong party. So each party at our regional base can represent the interests of us. And then we can then run a coalition government at the national level. But, you know, for one person to lead a corrupt party and now searching for another party and then copying us of living why he's living that, that shows the political naivety of that person. And I'm referring to Peter Obi. For those of you that have been hearing this morning, I still stand by my point. He knew well that space, that political party represents corruption. That political party does not mean well for Nigerian people. Why did he go and dine and wine with them? You cannot dine and wine with devil and think that you're going to get blessings from them. No, devil will hit you hard when it's time to hit you. So I'm surprised you cannot see it ahead of time. It shows how political naive it is. Abaribe leaving PDP to APGA, I give praise to him because I believe he is a local man. He's contesting for a local election and his people. He must have consulted with his people before he joined there. He joined APGA. So he is going to APGA, is strengthening the power of APGA because it has a political base. It's taken to APGA. So that is a commendable effort, and I believe if other strong politicians in the East can go to APGA, let them start showing their strength from there, and then they can build a very strong political party, and other part of Nigeria will come to them and negotiate with them if they need their vote. Not this big corrupt party. I don't stand for them. So I commend Abaribe for what he did. He's a smart politician. He's done well for himself and his people. I've got to represent Igbo people, Igbo interests, and he's strengthening the interests of the Igbo by joining APGA. He's a good man. So, but somebody that is in the national stage, you didn't consult with your people, you didn't consult with anybody, you say you are jumping from one party, that's not the way to do it. So, other than that, let me thank our people behind the scene that have been chatting since the beginning to this time. You are the strength of the platform. I commend you guys. All your contributions are quite meaningful to this platform. You are all doing the best thing you know to do. So keep on doing it at your best. Come back tomorrow and let's log it up and do it again. And to one man, the driver of the platform, I give a great kudos to you. Doing a great job. The job is doing, it's spreading. The airport is going around the world.
Ajale Koko, are you seeing the numbers recently? It's quite impressive. From where we were coming from, or it's not where we want to be, but the numbers in the last 2 weeks or so is just, there was one that we got nearly 25,000 views when we usually get just about 2,000.
3 days ago, I think I saw 9.5 views.
Yes, and another one about 10,000. So, and all, you see why now we are pushing that like. The product is good enough, but we can't reach. If somebody listens once, they will keep coming back. But So
you got to keep pushing for that like. That is the only way to do it. Other platforms, they're begging for like.
Yes, I just thought people would know to do the right thing, but it looks as though you have to push them.
So. No, you have to push people because sometimes some people, while they're enjoying the program, they just keep flowing like that. They won't even remember to click. But when you push, when you ask them to do it, when you urge them to do it, they will say, oh, I've not liked. Okay, let me like. So you have to keep pushing intermittently while the session is on. That is the best solution. That's what you need to be doing. So it's quite impressive. I'm I'm happy for you, one man. You are doing a great job.
No, it's all they come here because of you. So it's all down to you. I'm just I'm their annoyance. I'm their annoying voice. They just come here. They tolerate me so that they can hear you. So that's it. Thank you, Ajale Koko. So always good to hear from you, Ajale Koko. So that was Ajale Koko who runs it off in a manner only he can. So that was Ajale Koko, and that has been the session. So as I was just saying with Ajale Koko, we're starting to see the impact of your like buttons, and I'm sure those of you who come here regularly, you will be seeing the impact of your like buttons too. So when I'm pushing, it's just not. I just don't want to prick at you, to needle at you. It's actually something that has a meaning. So you click on the like button and leave it to Ajale Koko and I to do the rest. So you bring them in and we'll hold them down. So this is essentially what it means. So by clicking on the like and subscribe, then YouTube will say, oh, there's a lot of engagement with that space. So let us recommend it to people who like that sort of space. So as they recommend it to people who like that sort of space, so some of them out of curiosity will click on it. And as soon as they come in, I mean, just like you came in and you couldn't leave, they will come in and can't leave. And then it ratchets up and it ratchets up. And by the time we get to the throes of the real election, we're so potent a voice that we cannot be ignored. It's meant to have an impact, and that impact is entirely down to you. Just that click of two lousy buttons. So don't be a yam head, because which a lot of you are. I know a lot of you are yam heads, but suspend being a yam head for a moment and do as Ajale Koko directed and click on the like and subscribe button. So yes, the usual rebels in the comment section. So that's it. So just in the tradition of Ajale Koko, let's just run through a few names just to acknowledge, to marry the comment section with the on-screen space so that we live as one big happy family. So British victim, we see you, who was a bit rascally today and had to be put on a 5-minute timeout. Somebody that is never rascally, the first lady of the platform, Bunks Moore. So Bunks Moore, but somebody now chasing her title hard, the person now that is consistently with us, the Irene World. So the Irene World and Bunks Moore, we see you both are ladies. And we have Chiamaka here as well. So that then tells us that we have a good complement of female following, but sadly not on the screen. BI is always encouraging that you should come and join her. So please come and join. You see that we don't bite, unless you want us to, but then, so just come on board. We want more female voices, and we want northern voices as well. Those are the two things really that has been befuddling somewhat. We don't get enough northern voices. We barely get northern voices. If Black League doesn't turn up, then we don't get a northern voice. And the north is meant to be the vast population of Nigeria. So where are they? Where a Nigerian platform is taking place, and we are all gathered here. We have from the south, we have a good complement from the southeast. The southwest is represented, but where is the north? Where is the north? So we want northern voices on the platform so that we can counterbalance, we can have this family meeting and trash it out. So how can we have a family meeting when one of the key members of the family is missing? So we need a northern, we need a good, not just a northern voice, but we need a complement also. Laraba and Aisha 2 and Aisha 3 or Aisha 4, whichever Aisha you are, come on board. And Musiliu or whatever, I don't think they bear Musiliu. I think it's the Yorubas that bear Musiliu. So Mukhtar and Bukhtar and whatever the tasks that there are, come on board and come share your thoughts. So all of you are needed and welcome. Emmanuel Ayan, we see you. Middleman, a regular stable. Oga, but is he the master? We see you, Oga. Fourth of many, we see you. Let's just see about maybe 3 more, and then we round it off and call it a day. So Adeniyi, Olu Naga, that seems to be a new name to conjure with. So good to have you on board. African descent discussion. So have you done your DNA test? This seems to be the fashion on YouTube now. People doing their DNA tests, especially the Black diasporans. They'll say, oh, 10% Bantu and all this kind of nonsense that they do on that space. Oh, 2% Nigerian and all this, this is what they do. Their ancestry and I or something. So Chiamaka, I think we may have mentioned Chiamaka already. So good to see you twice then, Chiamaka, keeping it 100. Ask Google, who never tells us the question to ask. Jaja Boise of Opobo, and on it goes. So the good usual compliments, but we need even more compliments so that we have a fully rounded delivery. So Tarila Lloyd, that's quite a name actually. That sounds like a Creek name to me, Tarila Lloyd. So I will bet my last penny that is that name is from the Creeks. All these are Sapele water people, Ogogoro drinkers. So are you an Ogogoro drinker? Because you come from the Ogogoro region. So from the Ogogoro region, we see you, Kangiwa. So Kangiwa, good to have you. And we see Bethel Anunihu. Bethel Anunihu. So we see you, Bethel. So good to have you, one and all. Ikem Chud. So Ikem Chud. So the usual compliments of Peter Obi supporters, and people are telling us he cannot win an election. If the election was taking place on this platform, Peter Obi will win it hands down. So that has been the session, and that has been me. The conversation does not stop, though. The session comes to an end, but the conversation does not stop. It goes on, never ending in the comment section. So I'll leave you here. Carry the conversation within the comment section, but here, I say, peace.